The gaming news today is all about big things. The Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro enhancements have been broken down by Digital Foundry, and there are some wizard-level surprises inside. It's a nice little cherry on top of the year for all the false narrative destruction that has happened in 2024. So thank you, Digital Foundry. For one last thing before the year ends, and Half-Life 3 is now rumored to actually be a thing. No, I'm not trolling. We actually have a reliable leaker insider who has claimed other things and gotten them right, so we'll be taking a look at that. And PlayStation's future plans seem to be dead set on some pretty big targets, and they're broken down into 3 categories, and I'll do that for you as well. And there's a patent for an Xbox controller that proves maybe haptics aren't a gimmick after all. And as usual, I will be putting something on your wish list or your radar at the end of this little show open. I might start only doing one game at the end, but if you like that, let me know. If there's games I should be putting on people's wish list and radar, you can leave a comment below or make a recommendation in our Discord. And our Discord is available for members, and if you do want to support the channel directly, you can click the join button and make sure you pick Member Plus. It's $6, but it helps me to separate gifted members from paying members because I do make extra content for those who support the channel directly. And as always, make sure you're hitting that like button. It helps out the video as well as me. So let's get into this. So in case you missed it, in a strange turn of events, Xbox's biggest game of 2024 has a very dedicated a lot of time to, and energy honestly, to a PS5 Pro enhanced patch and update. And we're looking at here some of the segments from the Digital Foundry video. They did an extensive 20-minute video breakdown of all that went into the Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro enhanced patch. And there are some, I think, some pretty big standouts in here. Most notable is what they call the anti-lag VRR that has been implemented. Eurogamer said the following, which is also in the script of this video. Quote, "There's one other technical advance for the PS5 Pro in the form of an anti-lag VRR technology on this 60 FPS mode. This engages so long as you have a 120 Hz VRR display connected, but specifically keep the 120 Hz mode disabled in the game menu. Developed in conjunction with Sony," that's the important part, "developed in conjunction with Sony, an extra API call is made on the PS5 Pro this way to predict the upcoming frame time. In this case, rather than VRR being used to hide drops under 60 FPS, as is common with so many games, Black Ops 6's VRR is instead used to render frames faster and go above 60 FPS where there is a budget for it." So this is essentially a form of wizardry that is going to basically help you get quicker latency and response, which is something I hope more and more games utilize. I hope this breakthrough is something that we see more games do, because it is something that I even noticed. This is something you can't get on PC. When I played God of War Ragnarok, there was the reflex thing that helps with quicker latency, and I was suddenly parrying with ease in Ragnarok, and I was never particularly great at parrying in Ragnarok. I focused more on dodging, and somebody said, oh yeah, it's probably that latency thing. Now, how do they achieve this? Okay, well, from the article, this is achieved through logical prediction. Based on multiple previous frames, the engine is essentially able to recognize where there is slop, S-L-O-P, or a dependable chunk of frame time that is repeatedly not being used within a 16.7 millisecond budget for 60 FPS. By using that slop, it's able to generate a frame earlier, decreasing latency in the process from the controller input to the displayed frame. Now, this sounds great. This doesn't just sound like great for Black Ops. This sounds like a great use of the technology and the power of the PS5 Pro. I could imagine other companies leveraging similar technology when they're making games where you have to have really quick response time, like games where you're trying to parry in melee-based games, soul-based games, games where you're trying to do something at the exact right moment. This could be a huge win for that. Now, while this definitively proves that Sony's fear about getting an inferior Call of Duty has actually not come to fruition since the acquisition of ABK, it also proves that the PS5 Pro is the best console to enjoy Black Ops 6 on. Now, Obviously, this update, like many updates, it's not perfect. PSSR has not been fine-tuned yet, but what the devs say actually, I think, is really, really informative about the future. Eurogamer said the following: speaking with Michael Drobot directly, he confirms a fix is already in the pipeline for those PSSR artifacts, one that should roll out soon once the relevant patch passes through QA. The cause, it turns out, is simply down to PSSR not being fine-tuned for denoising the image in its current state. This is quite literally what I said recently in my video about the PS5 Pro. They need to take a bit more time with PSSR to ensure that things don't end up looking worse. Now, this discovery within Black Ops 6 will then hopefully also help other studios avoid similar issues. This, once again, completely destroys the false narrative that PSSR is a problem or that it has failed. It's another clear example of simply needing to properly implement the technology. There was a ton more info in the article and in the video, but those were the two standouts to me because I think it will likely then help future PS5 Pro enhancement patches from even Xbox studios, but also third-party developers, maybe even first-party developers can learn from this. If we see more studios leveraging what they did in this game to get better latency for response time, utilizing the tech of the Pro, or just taking their time with PSSR to denoise the image, to remove those artifacts and that shimmering effect that we saw in a handful of games, that will then obviously help the technology improve. And in a strange twist of irony, this discovery and these improvements have been made by an Xbox-owned studio. So I said this earlier, I'm going to go off script. One of my favorite things about 2024, if I could summarize this year, it's what the theme has sort of been. It has been the destruction of the false narratives. There were so many false narratives about what was going to happen and why this thing was bad or no good, and every single time the facts would come out and completely and utterly destroy all of those false narratives. So I celebrate that as a theme of 2024, and going into 2025, it will likely continue to happen. Stop listening to liars and grifters and people who just make things up. Wait for the facts to come out, and as is typical, you'll never get retractions from any of these people. Now, yes, Half-Life 3 was in the headlines. I'm not trolling. I'm not joking. I can't even get a great trailer for Half-Life 2. This is an 18-year-old video here on YouTube. Now, again, I'm not joking or trolling. Half-Life 3 is actually in the headlines, and I'm only reporting on this because it is coming from a reputable source. Insider Gaming reported the following: Half-Life 3 has moved to its next stage of playtesting. It is claimed. So that's what's being claimed right now. I'm trying to get your little trailer cropped properly here. It's kind of difficult. So this is what they claimed in the article, all right? According to Gabe Follower, and this is a reliable source, his sources have revealed that HLX, Half-Life 3, started playtests for family and friends of Valve developers in the past few months. Now, why should we trust this source? And this is what they say. He has a history of leaking similar information on previous Valve titles, most notably Deadlock last year. Now, that was pretty big, okay? So what this means is we've got a reliable source saying Half-Life 3 is real, and it's far long enough in development to be letting family and friends play it, okay? Now, this does leave room for lots of further development, okay? It doesn't mean it's coming out, tomorrow or next week, but this does seem to point to preparation for an announcement. If you're letting people play test it, you're probably nearing latter stages of development, which typically means it's time to start marketing the game. It wouldn't surprise me at all if we get an announcement for Half-Life 3 in 2025. A release date in 2025 would be crazy. 2025 is already busting at the seams, but we're all going to have to wait with bated breath for GTA 6 release date to land because nobody wants to claim anything beyond the summer right now. I did sort of an analysis yesterday of all the games, all the announcements, and everything we know, and anything before summer, we have dates. Everything after summer, everybody's just saying 2025. Nobody wants to commit to anything past that. So, now as far as commitments go, PlayStation is furthering its commitments to a variety of things for its future plans. Herman Hulst had to say this in a recent interview with Famitsu. about live service games and other things. Now, some people found this to be exciting while others not so much. I think there are 3 points here to highlight. One pertains to first party versus third party. Another pertains to classic game franchises. And the third is about live service games. So first, let's just look at what he said about first and third party games. And while it was just one sentence, I think this is setting some clear expectations about the future cadence of first party studios from PlayStation. He said the following: "Our goal is to publish games by the world's best creators, both inside and outside of PlayStation, and we have achieved many successes so far by working closely with external development studios." Now, this to me signals what they are going to keep with respect to the cadence of first-party PlayStation studios being more spread out, with second and third-party games filling in those gaps. That's why I have this trailer running behind me. There's one first-party game in this entire trailer. It's like 16 games, all right? Now, he answered a question about PlayStation studios, and I really think it gives you a glimpse into how they view things. This was the question he was asked: how many titles are currently in development across PlayStation Studios? His answer: I can't reveal the exact number, but we have a lot of great titles in development, including Ghosts of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 on the Beach. Our portfolio has a wide variety of games, so there's sure to be something for everyone. Now, this means that they view close relationships with games like Death Stranding 2 as part of their portfolio. That's one of their games in development in Herman Hulst's mind. I don't think he made a mistake here. I think that's how they view it internally. Now, this is likely because exclusives are a huge part of how they space out their own first-party content. Just this year in 2024, they had a very steady stream of console exclusives. They had exclusives, and then they had timed exclusives. Stellar Blade, Rise of the Ronin, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Grand Blue Fantasy Relink, Helldivers 2, Silent Hill 2, just to name a few, and they all landed in different ways. These are third-party and second-party games. And they're a mixture. Some of those were console exclusives that are also coming to PC, or they're already on PC. Some of them are timed exclusives. Some of them are indefinite exclusives. We have no idea when they're going to be on any other platform. So his statement makes it clear that this is not going to change. Now, Hiroki Totoki did indicate that going forward each fiscal year, there would be big first-party PlayStation studios and games from them, and he said it plural, but it sounds like they view something like Death Stranding 2 as one of those games, given the history they have with publishing it and their relationship with Kojima. So PlayStation fans hoping for a first-party surprise next year like Wolverine or Intergalactic, you may want to temper that expectation. It sounds like the way Herman Hulst phrased it, they do view it as you're getting 2 games from them next year. One is Yotei and one is Death Stranding 2. Now, the second thing he spoke about is long-standing franchises, and I'm going to be honest here, I think people need to be careful taking something like this further than he meant it. Everybody's like getting really excited, and they're like, oh, they're going to start reviving old IP. And this is what he said: the various IPs that we own are an important asset to PlayStation, and as part of our efforts to strengthen our portfolio, we are continually looking at opportunities to leverage past IP as well as develop new franchises. Now, I don't think folks should start holding their breath here and waiting for titles like Jak and Daxter or SOCOM to suddenly show up. Now, I obviously could be wrong, but this feels somewhat generic as a statement. It's not some strong commitment to start bringing back old franchises. He simply said that they're continually looking at opportunities to leverage past IP. Leverage could mean anything. It could mean past IP showing up in a game like Astrobot just as a nostalgic kick in the rear to be like, hey, that was pretty cool. And then that's pretty much the extent of it. Again, I wouldn't hold my breath if you're holding out for some of the old titles to get remade, because I think so many audience members now and consumers would have no idea what they are, so demand would be pretty low. Now, the third thing he spoke to was live service, okay, and their commitment going forward. He said that PlayStation will, quote, continue to focus on developing live service titles along with story-driven single-player titles that our players want, and he went on to say this: we are learning a lot as we establish the ability to develop high-quality live service titles within SIE. He said that Helldivers 2 attracted many players through continuous content provision and achieved results that support the potential of live service titles, okay? That's probably the most encouraging part, okay? Especially because Herman Hulst himself probably felt pretty humbled after what happened to Concord. He was one of the ones that seemed to really think that title had a lot of viability and a lot of potential, and it didn't. So somebody somewhere is probably like, hey man, you made a pretty big misjudgment there. It's time to reflect. It's time to learn. So reflecting and learning on what happened and looking at why Helldivers 2 has done so well will hopefully help their future efforts and focus on the right things. And just yesterday we reported that they've already canceled some PvP live services games at Firesprite. And I said when I was covering that, it's like, listen, PvP live service games is a fool's errand. All right, you're going up against Leviathan titles, and we know that PlayStation wants to charge $40 for games like Fairgames and Marathon. I think you're setting those games up to fail. I think those games should just be canceled right now. Save yourself the trouble, or completely rebuild them into PvE games that would mimic more of the content loop, or at least the ability to play the game without a vibrant player funnel like you can play Helldivers 2 and other games. You just need a couple of buddies and you're good. You don't need to matchmake, because once matchmaking slows down and breaks, games like that die rather quickly. One more piece of information about an Xbox controller. Apparently they're working on a haptic controller, and apparently haptics aren't a gimmick, as everybody continued to say that when I guess you haven't used it. They actually are pretty impressive, and it does add to the experience. Jez Corden over there at Windows Central reported this: Xbox's new Sebel controller breaks cover in this new patent, and we now know why the weird grippy trousers are for. So this is just an old trailer for an Elite Series controller, because it's, relevance to the discussion. In the report, he said the following: the patent describes how the pulses and the vibrations can be tuned to mimic a wide variety of sounds and motions, and can even move independently of the controller's housing. Crucially, it also suggests that the haptic motors will be able to mimic previous style vibrations for backwards compatibility purposes, eliminating the need for developers to intervene to make their game work on the new controller. But this will apparently be more than just a controller. Further in the report, he said the following: another interesting aspect of Sebel is that the fact that it will borrow features from Stadia, in that it will connect directly to cloud games over Wi-Fi. Players will be able to directly point a controller at different devices via an active device list of sorts, similar to how you can point Spotify to different devices you've connected to your account. By bypassing Bluetooth, it should help eliminate a few additional milliseconds of latency when playing games in the cloud, which might not seem like much, but it makes an uncanny amount of difference and was a big contributor as to why Stadia often felt faster than the other solutions at the time. So this could be, I think, aiming at what Satya Nadella wanted during the FTC trial. We learned that he just wanted a controller. It's like, let's just make a controller. People can just go to the store and buy that, and then they can just play on the cloud. They don't need a console. They don't need a PC. Now, I'm obviously going to be just, watching this to see, is this something that I would be interested in just to test it out? I don't ever really want to make a cloud device my primary way of gaming. I have the PlayStation Portal. The cloud gaming was fine. Playing remotely is fine, but it's a great solution primarily for me gaming at home when I don't have a television available. I did it just this last Saturday. My daughter suddenly wanted the TV. I turned on my Portal. It took over my PlayStation, so I unplugged the HDMI, plugged her in, and she was able to play, and I kept playing seamlessly. Nothing interrupted it. I don't think I ever necessarily, though, would use my Portal as a cloud gaming device, and that would be where I primarily game. I just don't think it's that great of an experience. So be very interested to see where the Sebel lands with respect to the consumers. Like, are people going to buy it for the haptics? Are they going to buy it for the cloud? Are they going to be buy it because it looks cool? We'll keep an eye on that one. Now, I am just going to put one game on your radar. We've been doing like 3, and maybe it's a little bit too much. We're just going to start doing one game to put on your radar, and this one may already be on your radar, but if it's not, it should be, okay? In case you missed it, this was one of my favorites from the Game Awards, and I wanted to put this back on the radar and your wish list for a few reasons. First, it looks dope. I love Turok, and it looks like it's going to feature co-op, and you're hunting dinosaurs. I don't think there's much else to say, right? The second reason I want this to be on your radar is a lot of folks were asking why this wasn't on my top list of games for 2025. Well, to put it bluntly, this game's not coming in 2025, unless they're going to surprise us, which I'm not sure that'll happen, all right? They would have put 2025 in the trailer if they were aiming at 2025, all right? So I can't see this game dropping this trailer, which they do feature a little bit of gameplay here, at the biggest gaming event of the year, and not putting 2025 in there if they were actually targeting this year. So this is very likely a 2026 game, maybe even further out. But it definitely should be on your wish list and your radar, because it's Turok, it's dinosaurs. need I say more? So just a quick recap. The Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro enhancements have been broken down by Digital Foundry, and they're really, really good. It should help with future games and future enhancements on the Pro. What's significant about that for me is it's an Xbox-owned studio that made some of these breakthroughs and even worked with Sony on one of the pieces of the tech. Half-Life 3 is now rumored to not just be a real thing, but it's in a playable state for family and friends of Valve. And PlayStation's got future plans for first party, second party, third party. They've got future plans for live service as well as potentially long-standing and old IP. So that's the news, and now it's time for the discussion. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, guys. Thanks for already getting 100 likes on the video. Keep smashing that like button. Let's get to 200 likes, and happy New Year to you. It is New Year's Eve, but listen, we don't really take breaks here. I know a lot of you still have to work shifts. A lot of you still have to put the time in, and we're going to be here for you. Tomorrow's stream might start a little bit later because it'll be a late night for me, but there will be a stream tomorrow. And Joker Quinn with 19 months in a VIP. Glad to see you reach 50K, or he would have if he's taller. Huh? Glad to see Lono reach 50K, or he would have if he was taller. That doesn't even make sense. It's a joke, Joker Quinn. By the way, Joker Quinn, your coffee order came back. We need to connect via DMs in the Discord to make sure your address was put in correctly. I'll get an error when I go to print the label if it's not a good address, and it came back and said there was no such number. So try to connect with me in Discord about that. Thanks so much for the VIP renewal. That's going to be the first member to bump the goal, and that puts us exactly 10 away from 125. We'll see if anybody takes the bait to drop a 10 bomb. And I have cleared out the question queue, so you guys can submit questions all throughout the stream, and you may get featured in a video in the future. No work and lurk for me today. Well, glad to have you anyways, Zinthos, even though you're not working and lurking. This is something you can do all throughout the stream as a member, and you may get featured in one of our videos. We're going to start using these for the 3-minute shorts that we can now do. And this one comes from Louis Love. Do you have an opinion on Fairgames or Marathon adopting the free-to-play PvP model as opposed to canceling it outright? There's a handful of things that I think about this, okay? First and foremost, just pivoting to free-to-play isn't a solution, but it is certainly a start, okay? One of the main challenges right now of trying to launch a live service PvP game is you're going up against Leviathan titles that have captive audiences. And they don't just have captive audiences. They have captive audiences that will primarily only vacation in your game. They will treat your game as a vacation. They will not treat your game as their new destination. They'll treat it as a vacation. And that's a significant challenge. So I think PvP live service games are an absolute fool's errand right now. I think if you're going to devote resources, if you're going to be risk averse, and you're going to try to have success, it needs to be a PvE style game somewhere in the hemisphere of what Helldivers 2 has done. So making Fairgames and Marathon free would certainly help fill your player funnel on those initial days, because that's one of the most important things. But free to play comes with its own problems. You're not guaranteed to make a bunch of money because you've got to make it another way, right? And if you don't have a vibrant player base, nobody's going to be spending microtransactions initially. They might take a while to do that. And secondly, it certainly adds problems with respect to cheating, because you make the barrier of entry into the game very easy, which tends to magnify and amplify cheating. Cheating in PvP games has got to be one of the single greatest causes of heartache for developers, as well as people that are just trying to make games right now in general. So I don't have any confidence in Fairgames. I have like the smallest amount of confidence in Marathon. I think that they're pointless. I think they're fruitless endeavors. That's just my opinion. And Joker Quinn, Han shot first, and so did you. Thank you so much. That's going to bump the line to 116. And then Mr. Grimm with the 5 bomb. This guy's out here gifting members, and he doesn't even have a membership himself. Thank you so much, Mr. Grimm, paying it forward and taking care of the community. Thank you so much. How to use the question command again? You got to type !question and then put a space and then put your question. Just don't put anything in between. and it'll work. Nightbot will grab it. Fairgames is such a lame and forgettable name, too. It's a competitive heist game. Like, I don't want to let nobody's ever going to come in here and pull this like, yeah, what about Concord? What about Concord, Lono? I said from the beginning it was a giant risk and it wasn't going to do well, and it didn't. I played it for an afternoon and said this has no staying power whatsoever. I had no idea that the staying power was going to be like a TV dinner. I mean, it was over and done with. Did my gift not go through? I said it. I gave you credit for it. I said Han shot first and so did you. And I bumped the line to 116, and then Grimm's bumped it to 121. My vacation to Marvel Rivals lasted about 20 minutes. I just don't think it was fun. While I'm in agreement with Lono in principle, in practice, I think there's room for new PvP games. We have to change the expectation for these games, however. No, I don't think there's room for PvP games. I don't. The only way you're going to... I'm telling you, there is a... I don't know the phrase to use, so I'm just going to use this one, all right? There is a... Is it critical mass? There is a minimum amount of people needed for a PvP live service game to survive. There's like this minimum threshold. This is why it'll never work, all right? You said Joker Quinn? That was Sneaky Wolf? Did I say Joker Quinn when I thanked him for the gifted? I might have said the wrong name. My bad, Sneaky Wolf. Han shot first and so did you. Yeah, it was you. It was you, Sneaky Wolf. I added it. I might have just said the wrong name. That's my fault. Joker Quinn spoke like right below your gifted. I might have just conflated the names. And Aaron Wright comes in with the 5-bomb. We got a little 5-bomb gifted train coming in. And that takes us to 126. I now owe you guys 5. A new SOCOM done correctly would be great. A new SOCOM done correctly in the vein of Helldivers would be way more successful and have a way higher probability of maintaining a player base than a PvP. Write it down. I'm serious. If you did a SOCOM and it was more of a PvE style game like Helldivers where you went on missions and you extract and do all this stuff for free hostages or whatever the heck, if it was PvP, no, wouldn't last. No way. There's just no way. This is the challenge. This is what I was going to talk about, and we got a little sidetracked there with the member thing. This is what I was going to say. You need a lot of players to maintain that minimum threshold. You do. So you almost assuredly have to go free to play. Your Wired Rope continues the 5 gifted train that we're on, taking us to 131. Who else is going to jump on and add to the train? He says, Happy New Year's, you jerk. Right back at you, Wired Rope. Who's taking the next one? Let's see another 5-bomb come in. And Joker Quinn does a 5-bomb. Oh boy, 136. Let's see how many 5-bombs we can get in a row. The big boys always come in and steal the show. You guys can steal the show. Thank you so much. That's 4 in a row. Thank you so much. Without that minimum amount of players, you will quite literally die. Because it just compounds itself. As soon as you don't have enough people playing your PvP game, everything falls to pieces. I mean, everything falls to pieces. Nobody can get into a game. When you finally get into a game, it's laggy. Your friends aren't playing anymore. Fill in the blank. So what happens is, once your outer layers start to fall away of players, like the people that are just sort of there having fun, they don't really care, they're not really in. Once they start falling away, it's kind of like in the end of the Lord of the Rings, where Sauron explodes because the ring gets destroyed and his eye falls, and the ground literally just starts deteriorating underneath the enemies. I mean, it's just like, and it just falls. That's a picture of what the player base looks like in a PvP game as soon as people stop playing. I mean, it just disintegrates beneath you because it takes longer to get into games. That's going to make people stop playing. When they finally get into a game, it's laggy. That's going to make people stop playing. So it just compounds on itself over and over and over again, and then you got nobody playing. There's a reason that XDefiant's not making it. That's what happened. And they made all these assurances. Oh, no, the player base is fine. Everybody came to me and they said, no, Lona, you're wrong about XDefiant. They said the player base is fine. They said the player base is, having no issue. King Troopa, your question got through even though Nightbot didn't respond to you. I have your question. It made it through. So if that's the way PvP games typically go, you're facing an absolute absurd challenge. Williams says, I think the term you're looking for in PvP is oversaturation in the market. Well, I wasn't necessarily thinking about oversaturation, William. That's a completely separate thing. What I'm talking about is there is a minimum threshold of players required for the game to even work. It won't work if you don't have like this minimum amount of players. It just won't. You don't have people playing. There's nobody to match with. And if there's nobody to match with, then by the time you do get a match, it's laggy or crappy and you quit. So that just makes more and more people quit, So it just starts to fold in on itself. So the reason this will never work is small teams will never make a big enough or good enough game to garner that level of players. It just won't. And even if they do, they wouldn't be able to support it, and that would make people quit because they don't have a big enough budget, big enough team, big enough support structure, big enough infrastructure to sustain it. So then what do you got to do? Well, now you got to go to the big dogs. You need the big studios to make a game. Enter Bungie with Marathon, all right? The money they're going to spend to market that, ship that, support that, make that is big. Well, now you got to make a lot of money. So what do? Well, they're looking at spreadsheets, they're looking at charts, and they're saying, we got to charge $40 for the game. Okay, you just shot the game in the leg. It's like, well, is that game even going to get out of the door? You're not going to get enough people to play. We just talked about that, right? You want people to play your game, got to be free to play. Got to be free to play if you want people to play. So you're automatically setting that game up to fail. If they make it free, let's just say they make it free. Okay, enter challenge 2. They've already said that they are making a game that's not for everyone. Great. Minimum optimal operation. Yeah, is that the phrase they use in the industry? Minimum optimal operation. So then Marathon's going to be a game that's hard for the average person to get into. Okay, that they just shot the game in the other leg. I don't see it going anywhere. Space Marine 2 prove alone and wrong, and it's why I'm saying that there are rooms for these types of games. We have to change the expectation for the game. It doesn't prove me wrong at all. You could not have created a worse false equivalency, Corey. You just used a full-priced game with a campaign and ongoing PvE content and a PvP mode to try to prove me wrong. I'm not talking about games that sell at full price that have ongoing content structures. We're talking about ongoing PvP live service games. That's not what Space Marine 2 is. Space Marine 2 is not Fairgames. It's not Marathon. It's not XDefiant. It's not any of those games. Hyenas, Finals. Those are live service PvP games. Space Marine 2 is a full-priced, top-shelf, well-designed, full game. So you got guys like me to buy it, I'll never step foot in PvP. I played the campaign, and now I'm playing operations with my wife. You see, like, Space Marine 2 is a terrible example. They made a ton of money just on selling a game, not on trying to get people to play a PvP live service game. If Space Marine 2 would have shipped as a free-to-play, PvP-only live service game, it would have flopped. It would have flopped terribly. It would have been terrible. It wouldn't have gone anywhere. There's not some high demand for Space Marine PvP. Are you kidding me? Do you know how many people are probably playing that game right now in PvP? Not enough to sustain a free-to-play live service version of it. They wouldn't have made any money. It's great additive. It's great for the consumers. It's great for the fans. But it never would have worked as a free-to-play live service PvP game. Absolutely not. No way. The 5 gifted trains about to end. We still have 3 of them at the top of the chat. Oh, I forgot to set the super chat goal. Thankfully, nobody has super chatted yet, so they'll still count. I set it to 3 hours. I will gift 5 members. There you go. I know some of you guys prefer super chatting over gifting. The industry term is minimum optimal operation or minimum optimal requirement. That minimum right there is why PvP live service games don't work right now. They don't. You're just some vacation beachfront property that people come and stay in for a couple of weeks, and then they go back to their main game. They do. Listen, we've had this conversation a lot lately about the industry. The industry's not growing. We're not getting more gamers. The industry's not growing, right? Okay, where are you going to get all these PvP players from? Guys like me have made up our mind. We're not PvP players. We're not going to go play Marathon or Fairgames or any other live service PvP game for more than an afternoon. We'll try it out and basically conclude what we always conclude. Yeah, this just isn't for me. Throw it over our shoulder. The rest of the people who play PvP, they have their game or games right now, and they typically go back to them. You would need a groundswell of migration to make some of these big budget live service PvP games work. Space Marine 2 could be the template for more games that want to make live service elements. It has a campaign, PvE co-op, PvP, that gives players a bigger funnel to get in. Well, here's the challenge. Corey. That's a very, very broad offering. The campaign was very short in Space Marine 2. It was very short. And the PvP guys have been complaining because the PvE guys are getting more in operations. They acknowledge this in their update for 2025. Space Marine 2 in 2025 is going to be adding more stuff for PvP because the PvP guys were like, hey, we're not getting anything. Do you want to know why that is a thing? Funny enough, it sounded a lot like patch notes for Destiny 2. It sounded an awful lot like it. Why? What do you do to PvP? What is there to add? What is there to add? Maps? Modes? That's it. I mean, that's it. That's all you can do. There's not... What are you going to do? What are you going to do with PvP and Space Marine? You can't evolve it every couple of months. It's a very contained style of gameplay. What are you going to do? You add some modes, add some maps. As soon as you do that, what happens? I don't like this map. I don't like this mode. And you just fracture. And the glass just spider webs. And people break out into their pockets of what they like or what they don't like. And now you've got an even greater problem on your hands. The people that are enjoying your game are like disagreeing about what's good, what's not, what's fun, what's not, what's balanced, what's not. I'm here to tell you, I think it's fool's errand. This isn't even the main subject today. If you guys are just tuning in, the main subject today was the Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro enhancements as a wonderful end of the year. You know, Digital Foundry's like, we've got one more thing, and Black Ops 6 with its PS5 Pro enhance update is is a really great end of the year gift for all the haters and liars out there. With Call of Duty losing steam because of hackers etc., the door is open for a new PvP game. Yesterday, a dude said Helldivers 2 doesn't matter because of Concord. If there was ever a year that has done an incredible job of proving me right, it was this year. I've continued to say, I said it before this year happened, that the future of live service games is PvE. It's not PvP. And what happened? Helldivers 2 walked out and said, I'm your Huckleberry. Here's an amazing, really great, simple concept, PvE ongoing game, and they've had explosive success. And then Concord walks out, dead. XDefiant, dead. Who else? Foam Stars, dead. Now, I actually thought Foam Stars had potential in the Asian market. I was incorrect. It didn't. Even a game that looked like it was going to be able to get a foothold in the, hey, we're like Splatoon, and maybe you prefer to play it on a better console than the Switch. Nope. Dead. Now, somebody might point to Kill the Justice League and say, yeah, but that game failed. Well, that game failed because it was horribly built for live service. It wasn't because, live service PvE won't work. It was horribly built for live service. Was XDefiant horribly built? No. It was highly praised. People loved it. People said it was great. Its player-based numbers looked good for a little bit. We'll get to the end of another year, and there'll be another graveyard. There's going to be another graveyard of live service PvP games, and people are still going to think I'm not right. They're still going to clutch on to this idea that, like, somebody can do it, somebody can do it. I'm like, no. You're fighting a losing battle. You're fighting a losing battle. I just don't think it'll work. I don't think so. I'm open to being wrong. We'll see. We'll see. I thought Black Ops 6 had same story narrative as Black Ops 4, which to me is dead. I heard that the Black Ops 6 story gets really, really good. I guess I quit like a little too early. It was a little too slow. It wasn't really hitting me. I want to go back and replay it, or finish it, I should say. It's just such a big install. I'm like, when I finally get on my couch and I want to work through my backlog, the last thing I want to do is install a game that literally will be ready for me tomorrow. Like, it's just so big. It's enormous. But the Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro enhanced patch, to me, is a huge, it's a huge nail in the coffin of all the false narratives people were trying to run. If the PS5 Pro is so dumb, stupid, unnecessary, nobody wants it, it's a joke, then why is the biggest game Xbox put out in 2024, why are they devoting a large amount of time and resources creating proprietary tech for that game on the Pro? Why? Oh, and I thought PSSR failed and flopped. I mean, that's what everybody said, right? 70 games pushed out patches for the PS5 Pro. 4 of them had issues, which some of those issues have already been rectified. I thought PSSR was a failure, because 4 games out of 70 certainly means that that's what's happened. Interestingly enough, your biggest game from Xbox in 2024 had a developer just literally discover the issue. Oh yeah, you've got to do more denoising and fine-tuning, and then that'll remove these artifacts with PSSR. Gee, it's like what everybody with a brain and even a modicum amount of understanding of technology said when all the PSSR stuff was breaking. We all said the same thing. I'm not a tech expert. Maybe the tech expert YouTube channels that ran with the PSSR narrative should maybe rebrand as not tech experts, because I'm not a tech expert, and I was like, this is how this always is going to work. They got to refine their patches. They got to refine what they're doing. It's a first pass. First pass is always going to be a little rough. The fact that it was only 4 games out of like 70 was honestly kind of impressive. I mean, it was honestly kind of impressive that it was only 4 games. And now a developer for Call of Duty says, oh yeah, we figured out what that was. Yeah, we figured out what it was. Yeah, you got to do more fine-tuning and denoising, and then it'll be fine. We've already got an update coming that'll fix this. Still waiting on a video where people build a PC for $700 and compare it to the Pro. I mean, Linus Tech Tips did it, but he admitted in the video that it's not possible. He's like, the only way we can even do this test is by buying used parts. So, and at that point, if you're going to make a fair comparison, then go buy a used PS5 Pro once they're on the market and then compare the price points. Nobody will do that either. Remember when XDefiant had a chance? Because Call of Duty was apparently not doing well? Me too. Every time somebody says insert PvP game here has a chance because COD's not doing well. Call of Duty's woke, I heard. Everything's woke, so nothing is woke. The anti-woke grifters are going to run out of content, because if you call everything woke, then nothing is woke. Fairgames looks like the style of game as multiplayer Robin Hood heist PvPvE game. Haven should make it work so you can only get one team of players versus AI. I mean, I would certainly be open to the idea that Fairgames could work, William, if they do push out something that allows you to not need to play against other people. Like, I would certainly leave room for that. But I still don't think, as a content loop, I don't think competitive heist game is going to garner enough players to be successful. I just don't think so. It's not... Who is asking for that? People saw Helldivers 2 and said, that looks fun. Shooting bugs with the boys and some beers. Like, let's do it. It's just... There's just something about... It's like that scene in The Founder where he tells them, you guys don't even know what you've got in the name McDonald's. He's like, it's everything. It's America. It's a wonderful speech. It's a wonderful speech in the Founder about, like, they didn't realize what they actually had. It wasn't just the burger joint. It wasn't just the speed and the efficiency system. It was just the name. McDonald's. And when we saw Helldivers 2 gameplay, a lot of gamers said, I mean, that's it. That's a video game right there. That looks awesome. I can't see anybody watching a trailer for competitive heist and being like, yeah, I can't wait to grind that with the boys. It just isn't, it's not a compelling genre, like, at all. If you think about the games that have been successful in this regard, you've got battle royales, you've got arena shooters, you've got, like, the round-based, what do they call it? You got round-based tactical in games like CSGO, Valorant, Rainbow Six Siege. Right? You got round-based tactical, and then you've got, I don't know, your more smaller style, like like arena style, like Call of Duty XDefiant. Maybe I already said arena. I don't see competitive heists getting a foothold. Who's it appeal to? It's not going to appeal to PvP. PvP guys don't want to be, like, doing an objective. Generally speaking, if they want to do an objective, it's like the capture and defend dynamic, where you're, like, trying to plant a bomb, dismantle a bomb. That's tried and true, search and destroy, CSGO, all of that. But the minute it's like, no, we've got to break in, we've got to get past this, we've got to do this, you've got, like, these layered objectives like steal money. There's a lot of PvP guys that are going to be like, I don't want to do this. Nobody wants to die. If you're a PvP guy, do you want to die getting shot in the back while you're trying to, like, open up a door or grab money? Imagine you're a PvE-minded player. Do you want to get shot while you're trying to do something, No. I'm telling you, it's just, you're not going to get enough players for these games. I'm here to tell you. That's why Herman Hulst's commentary about PlayStation Live Service games gives me hope, because they're looking at Helldivers. They're like, well, what made Helldivers successful? I tell you what it did. It's not some stupid PvP meat grinder where after 2 weeks you're like, I've had enough. You know, a $5 super chat from King Sovereign. Hunt Showdown is a very niche extraction shooter that uses antique guns that relaunched this year and is doing pretty well. Yes, for now. It's doing well for now. It also likely can live off of a much smaller, more committed player base because it's not coming from a studio like Bungie. If Fairgames may have a better shot, right? Fairgames may have a better shot because of its budget. But Bungie's Marathon, to me, the biggest challenge is going to be your budget. Hunt Showdown on Steam's peak all time was 59,000. And then the last 24 hours, their peak was 22,000. A game like Marathon isn't going to live off of that, bro. No way. You're not going to generate enough revenue. That's too small. That's way too small. It worked for even, I don't even know, did Helldivers even dip below Hunt's peak on Steam? What's the lowest Helldivers has ever been on its 24-hour peaks? 30-something? 30 or 40,000 back when they did this stupid thing where they required PSN login. I think it was one of the lowest the peaks got. Like, I can't imagine any of these major titles living off of, like, we got to 50,000 people on Steam. And now we average about 20,000 player peaks. You're not going to generate enough money. What if it does similar to Helldivers numbers? I am very confident. I'm very confident. Like, I would put money on the table confident that Marathon and Fairgames won't come anywhere close to the popularity of Helldivers 2. Helldivers 2 shattered every record they thought they were ever going to hit. It's like one of the fastest selling PlayStation games ever. It went viral. Helldivers 2 was in 20K region at its lowest. Yeah, and then they added some content and they came back. It's all about the peaks. When you hit those high peaks, you just need a fraction of those people to come back. Right? Picture it like the instrument, the accordion. The farther out it goes, the more it can come back in, and then the more it can go back out. Think of it in the think of it in a more vertical sense. The higher your player peak goes, the greater likelihood of when it starts to come down, you've got all this room to go back up because all these players up here may come back. If your player peak is 60,000 players and you push out an update or a 2.0 or DLC, there's only so many players that are going to come back. You've hit your peak already. You don't think it will get anywhere near the peak even when releasing on all platforms at once? What game are you asking me about, Tyler? Fairgames is DOA. I don't. This debate's always hilarious to me because it's like we have a perfect example in XDefiant. Everybody kept telling me I was wrong about this subject, and they kept pointing to XDefiant, and I kept saying, just wait. It's only a matter of time. Just wait. They will lose players to too great a degree, and they will not survive. And what happened? Yeah, we're shutting down next year. I could have rebranded to I Told You So Gaming this year. That was just one more time where I could be like, I told you so. I told you so. I told you. It was like, there's no way. I didn't believe it. I knew we were getting a bunch of smoke and a bunch of bull when they're like, no, our player base numbers are fine. I don't know why people are reporting this. 2 months later. Yeah, we're shutting down next year. Gee, I wonder why. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm just trying to be a realist with y'all. I was there for the XDefiant talk. Feels like deja vu. I'm not trying to be Debbie Downer. I'm trying to be a realist with y'all. Do not set your sights on any live service PvP game. I think they are so cooked and dead on arrival. I wouldn't even don't set your hopes on them. That's all I'm saying. For real, Lono, you stood on business with XDefiant, bro. Called it. I always said, I was like, just wait. They can say that all they want. Oh, they've got plans for year 2. Okay, that's fine. They can have plans for year 2. Couldn't you argue that Ubisoft's mismanagement of their company caused the death of XDefiant? I mean, no. It's the same problem that every PvP game is going to run into. It's the same problem that every PvP game is going to run into. You can't keep players with such a narrow, unchanging offering. That's the problem. I say meat grinder, and I think some of you tune out and just think, he's not a PvP guy. I'm one of the PvP guys from back in the day. I was there when PvP was born. Don't cite the old magic to me. I was there when PvP was born. I was. Doom, Quake 2, Quake 3. I was there, and I played them. The only one I really didn't play that much was Counter-Strike. I liked Quake more. I liked how fast Quake and Unreal Tournament played, and Counter-Strike looked boring to me. I've been playing PvP games since they were quite literally invented, and I'm here to tell you, the landscape has shifted so much, you cannot keep a player base with something that is so static, so rote, so rehearsed. It doesn't work. It doesn't. Everybody gets bored real quick. Did he quote Chronicles of Narnia? Of course I did. William with 6 months of membership says, I agree Fairgames only works if it's playable as PvE without needing a second team for PvP. If it plays like Payday but with cool gadgets, Watch Dogs, Hitman. Yeah, if it can be a totally 100% PvE experience, William, it's got a shot. Outside of that, I just don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think you're going to see enough players buy the game for $40. Honestly, I think that's a bigger barrier, William. They could come out tomorrow and say, Fairgames is going to be completely playable PvE. Here's our ongoing content structure. Here's how we're going to keep the game going. I think the $40 is going to be the issue because people are like, yeah, it's a heist game though. I think the demand for a heist game won't be big enough. So the price point, I mean, $40 might help it. If it was full price, it would be a completely different story. So it being at 40, it might help it. It might. All right, let me pull another question here. Guys, make sure you're smashing the like button. The 5 gifted train has fallen off the top of the chat. Get it going again if you want. And always make sure to hit the $ at the bottom of the chat. You may have a membership renewal that you could submit. And I'm curious what you guys think, before I go to these questions, what did you guys think about the Black Ops 6 Digital Foundry video? Are you seeing this the same way that I am? Great breakdown. Thanks. Are you seeing this in the same way I am? Like, this is a pretty significant move. This is a pretty significant shift for the game, for the PS5 Pro and the like. That's where I land on this. I'm like, this is not just some random update. The PS5 Pro update is great. And Jay White comes in with a member plus 31 months. And 31 months from Talica with the VIP. Morning Lono and chat. Another month to down. Let's go. And that bumps the membership line to 138. Thank you so much, Talica. All right, hang on. Let me get the question up on screen for you. Okay, here we go. Lushy says, hi, Lushy here. How do you feel about Cyberpunk not getting pro enhancements, especially with a complete finished game? Now, that was my anticipated feature for Cyberpunk. What does that mean in general? It's the same reason that Returnal will likely not get an update anytime soon. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but it's the same reason that Returnal's not getting an update right now. Housemarque is working on another game, a new game, and CD Projekt Red has moved on to The Witcher 4. I honestly think it's as simple as that. It doesn't mean you won't get one. I just don't think you'll get one anytime soon. I mean, I could be wrong. They could push out an update tomorrow and be like, surprise, mother... But they're working on The Witcher 4. I would love a PS5 Pro update for Returnal. I would also love a co-op update where both people's checkpoints would save. But, got a dream. But yeah, they're working on the other game. That's probably why. This is one of those questions where I think the simplest answer is the answer. It's just that they're working on the next game, and I don't know if they're going to devote resources to it. Now, certainly, Cyberpunk could be a perfect game for it. I left this out of my opening monologue. One of the things that's come out of the Black Ops 6 PS5 Pro update is they put something in there that is mimicking path tracing, which is pretty impressive. To have that on a console. Like, path tracing is the thing that, like, Zubair's always in here singing the praises of on his high-level PC, on his high-level rig. They're mimicking path tracing in Black Ops 6 on the PS5 Pro. Uncapped frames on Cyberpunk would be nice. I think what they're doing in Black Ops 6 would be nice with their anti-lag VRR. I mean, I don't know if this has been talked about enough. Yeah, I love that guy's bit. Yeah, some fries, a disguise, that little thing he did, man. Vine, we always remember you fondly, Vine. We will never get those days back of short form humor. I don't think this has been talked about enough. The Black Ops 6 devs developed something in conjunction with Sony that I don't think is in a console game right now. You have the NVIDIA Reflex, which my understanding is that's supposed to help with input latency. And when I played God of War Ragnarok on my 2080 Ti, we're fairly certain it was working because I was parrying almost flawlessly in that stupid bear fight. I fumbled at the end and messed up some stuff because I was rusty. But like 75% of that fight, I was like, how am I parrying everything? And people were like, oh, it's probably that reflex tech working. We're getting something like that in Black Ops 6 on the PS5 Pro, and they developed it with Sony. And I already see Wolf Saints is going where I want to go with this. I'm going to skip all the way down to his question and let him cut in line. Do you think Wukong could use the anti-lag technology? It would be amazing if they did. I want you to think about what this means, not just for potentially with Black Myth Wukong. I want you to think about what this means for a game like that in the future. A game like Liza P. A game like Sekiro. Tapping into the Pro and saying, we can give you anti-lag VRR to ensure less latency in your inputs so that you're getting that quicker response time just all the time. Not just when like, oh, the frames might drop or frame pacing might fluctuate. They could have something like this on like all of the time. So all your parries, all your blocks, all your dodges, are happening right when they're supposed to. Because there's always going to be a little bit of latency. You're always going to have those moments where you're like, I swear I hit the button on time. This could be a great breakthrough for games like Liza P, Black Myth Wukong, Sekiro, where your response time needs to be frickin' perfect, it seems like sometimes. PlayStation 6 is going to be a dream console with how advanced AI and VRR will be 4 years from now. Go one step further with cloud gaming. In what respect, Silver Mist? You got to walk me through what you're pointing at. Let me pull up another question here from Pokey Lena, or Pokey Elena. I don't know how to say the name, but I'm going to go with Pokey Lena. What is a game from this year that you know would never win an award, but you want to show some love to it? Mine has to be Palworld. I'm actually surprised Palworld didn't walk away with anything. Did they win anything at the Game Awards? Palworld Game Awards. No. They did their big announcement. For Faybreak. Yeah, my top games for the year, I put out a video, my top games of 2024. Prince of Persia did win for something. That would have been my first one. That would have been the first game that I would pick that didn't win anything that deserved it. They weren't nominating for anything. Yeah, Prince of Persia deserved to get more recognition and more notoriety, I think. And a $5 super chat from Wired Rope. The issue with Black Myth Wukong is on an OG UE5. They never upgraded the engine to the more optimized version. They would need to ship a whole new game to fix. You said my name right? Pokilena? Is that it? I can remember that because it's like Pokey, like Pokemon. Or as the purists would say, Pokemon. It just makes me think of Pokey, like Pokimane. Yeah, so you're telling me with Black Myth Wukong they could never update to the newer engine? They'd have to ship a whole new game? There's not a way to do that with an existing game? The party starts in March for the Killing Floor 3. Wishlist now and sign up for the closed beta. Interested in the Killing Floor 3 beta? I don't think Killing Floor games are for me. No one ever says my name right? Okay. Pokilena. Got it. I've got you now. I will always remember. I'm just kidding. I'll probably forget. I will probably forget. Okay. So what was the question we were dealing with? You wanted to know a game that should have gotten love but didn't. Yeah, the first one that comes to mind for me is Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. Like, that game deserved, I think, a lot more attention. Probably, in my opinion, I've consistently said this, it's my favorite, or it's the best experience I've had in a Metroidvania since, like, Ori and the Blind Forest or Ori and the Will of the Wisps. If AI could anticipate latency, cloud gaming could be a better option. Well, here's the issue with that, though, Silver Mist. Where's the AI running? Do you understand what I'm saying? If I'm here and the server's over here, and somewhere between here and here there's lag and there's latency, if the AI is running over here, I'm not quite sure There'd have to be some pretty big breakthroughs to solve that problem. You're not running anything native. I'm here with an internet connection and a screen in my hand. That's cloud gaming. You'd have to have some kind of update. You'd have to have an AI breakthrough. I don't think the last super chat is accurate, says AOZ. Migrating different versions of UE5 shouldn't be equivalent to having to ship a whole new game. That's what I'm saying. Couldn't they just update Black Myth Wukong to a newer version or something and make some of these issues go away? Or just figure out how to turn off frame gen and better optimize the dadgum game? They could update the engine, but the patch would be as big as re-downloading the entire game. It would delete the old version, re-download the whole game again. Yeah, it would probably be a significant patch. That's probably true. Why doesn't the Portal have Wi-Fi 7 when it's the one thing that it needs the most? I mean, that's kind of a bizarre question. It was in development and created as a device and put into production before Wi-Fi 7 was standardized and out there, so they used Wi-Fi 6. That'd be like asking about any technology. Why does this piece of technology not have Wi-Fi 7? Well, think about when it was in production. Now, when they drop their next handheld device, it will likely have Wi-Fi 7. But that's how all this kind of stuff works. You can't actively look at a piece of technology and be like, well, why doesn't it have this? Well, because of when it was in development. I mean, you see what I'm saying? You could do that with anything. You could do that with any phone, any TV. You could be like, well, why doesn't it have this? And I was like, well, when they were making it, that wasn't available. Nobody even has a Wi-Fi 7 router. Yeah, like the number of people with Wi-Fi 7 routers right now can't be very high. To be fair, playing the performance mode on a 120 hertz display removes the input delay in performance mode. Corey, stop it. That is not true. No. Don't make me do this again. I am so worn out on the Black Myth Wukong input latency discussion. Until they remove frame gen from that, it will not go away. It simply cannot. This is objective. This is scientific. This is not opinion. It simply cannot go away. It's using frame gen to double the frames. It's interpolating, did I say it right? Frames. Every other frame is fake. You simply cannot have an experience without input latency or dropped inputs when the game's doing that. It's literally impossible. It's technologically impossible. Please stop saying things like this. It makes my brain hurt. I have a top-of-the-line television. I cannot get good performance out of that game in performance mode. It doesn't matter what you have. It doesn't matter what the refresh rate of your television is. It's in the game. It's how they made it. It's how they coded it. It's why we don't have an Xbox release date yet. That game is not at a state. You know what I'll say? I'll say this to the devs of Black Myth Wukong. I'll say this. You've got the nerve to walk out into the public and say Black Myth Wukong's not coming to Xbox because it's not up to our standards of optimization. Well, I got news for you. Your standard of optimization for consoles is crap because what you shipped on PlayStation is a joke. It's a joke. Experts in the field called your use of FSR an abuse of the technology. You got the nerve to come out here and say, yeah, we can't ship it on Xbox because it's not at the level of optimization that we want. And then you shipped it in the state that you did on PS5. I want my dadgum money back. That's what I want. That's what I want. It's not optimized for console at all. The experience on console versus PC, it's night and day. And the ice pick to my temples, ever since the game has released, is having to listen to ponies talk about how it runs flawlessly. No, it doesn't. Stop lying. It literally doesn't. Jiminy Christmas, it's frustrating. It's like, I was in that game's corner. I said, this is a Game of the Year contender. It looks glorious. I'd been following that game for 4 to 5 years. And you walk out and say that? You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Yoshi P saying that Final Fantasy 16 is really going to show off the power of the PlayStation 5. With what? Inconsistent frame rate when I'm not in combat? What are you talking about? Get out of here with all this nonsense. The next dev that walks out and talks like this, I'm going to say, sure, we'll see. You start talking all this big talk about optimization and performance and showing off this and showing off that. And then you ship your games like, well, when I'm not in combat, FF16 looks great. It's like a dadgum stuttering slideshow. That's really showing off the power of the PS5. Ridiculous. Let it out, let it all out. Oh, it's frustrating. It's so frustrating. Get called a pony. I tell you what the ponies do. The ponies don't do what I do. You can't call me a pony. They're out here claiming Wukong's an exclusive. They're out here claiming Wukong runs flawlessly. Shut the frick up. No, it doesn't. It does not. The next game will show off the power of the PS5. I swear to frick, the next time somebody does a round of interviews like that, I'll be so suspicious of the game. I'll be like, okay, I can't wait to boot this one up. Can't wait. Show me on the doll where the frame pacing hurt you. Well, the thing that's frustrating about it, Zubair, is leading to the release, we all were like, man, Wukong must be pretty demanding. They can't get it optimized on the Series S. No, it's not optimized on the PlayStation 5. It's not optimized on the Pro, the strongest console in the market right now, and Wukong's not optimized for it. Loan out here for blood before 2025? Oh, I got so tired of that. Like I said, it's like ice picks to my brain. It's like, stop saying things that aren't true. You're wasting everybody's time. Points to the eyes on the doll. It's frustrating that you claim Prince of Persia is a good game. If it was a third-person game, then fair enough. But who wants to play a game that only runs sideways instead of forwards? I do. What do you mean? One of the most anticipated, most talked about, most long-awaited games is Hollow Knight Silksong. What are you saying? What are you talking about? I want to play a side scroll. I love them. Some of the best games. Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, Hollow Knight, Sundered, Super Mario Bros. Wonder. These are amazingly great games. Prince of Persia and the Lost Crown. Brett Williams says 82 score on Metacritic, unoptimized, but the devs are crying about not winning Game of the Year. Yeah, and so are all their weird fans. Black Myth was robbed. I tell you who was robbed. I was robbed of the money that I spent buying a game that wasn't ready to ship. That's who got robbed. They didn't get robbed of Game of the Year. I got robbed. Well, I want my money back. He's got to be baiting. Yeah, Blasphemous, Nine Souls, Dead Cells. What you talking about, dude? Side-scrollers are super popular, and they're great. You can have a lot of fun in a side-scroller. It's quite literally one of the first types of games in existence, with games like Pitfall, and then obviously Mario. If Prince of Persia wasn't a side-scroller and would have been like the previous games, I would have played it. Well, okay, if the vegan cheeseburger was a ribeye steak, then I would have eaten it. There's no reason to even say that. Of course, yes, tons of games out here, if they were completely different, then you would have played them. Why are we... This is such a bizarre discussion. Why? Oh, you could say that about any game. If Street Fighter 6 was a third-person open-world action-adventure game where I could play as Ryu or Ken, I would have bought it and played it. Okay. Well, yeah, if it's a completely different... if it's a completely different game, then yes, of course. Yes, sure. You know, if I was 6 foot tall, I could reach the top box in the cereal aisle. You know, if you just change reality. If my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle. Jiminy Christmas. You could choose not to play side-scrollers, but don't speak in absolutes. That's what I'm saying. After Lono suggested not to play Black Myth Wukong on performance mode, I enjoyed it a bunch more, completed it 3 times. I can't stomach the lower frame rate, homie. It hurts my eyeballs. I mean, my eyeballs are like, what are you doing? It looks stuttery. It looks stuttery to me. I can't do it. It looks like something's wrong with the game. Hard pill to swallow. Astrobot 100% deserved winning Game of the Year, even though FF7 Rebirth was mine. My favorite Game of the Year was Stellar Blade. I wasn't out here gooning and taking crotch shot pictures of her for Twitter. A bunch of weirdos. But it was my favorite game. It reminded me of Sekiro. In a lot of ways, it felt like a more action-oriented version, more linear version of Sekiro. With a bunch of jiggle physics for sure, but Astrobot crushed it. Back in the 1990s, but the future is here, and games in 2024 are games where Wukong camera follows a player as the future of gaming. These games that are sideways scrollers are non-existent today. You are talking crazy. You're talking crazy. Homie, I know it's New Year's, but you're drinking way too early. All right? Put down the mojito. Okay? Or the... whatever it is, put down the screwdriver, the mojitos, whatever you're doing, because it's brunch. Listen, you're drinking too early in the day, my friend. Side-scrollers are non-existent. One of them was nominated for Game of the Year last year. What are you talking about? What are you saying? Just because games have gotten better or 3D or expanded doesn't mean that there aren't going to be tons of side-scrollers. Silksong... anytime you throw Silksong on a thumbnail or talk about it, everybody goes nuts. So, oh my, Silksong? Like, is it coming? Like, what are you talking about? Bro's lit before noon. Yeah, I mean, this dude's out here lit. He's blitz talking about side scrollers. You're out of your head, man. Come on, Lono, be serious. Would you expect side scrollers in 5 years' time? Homie, yes. Why would I not? Do you want everything to look the same? Do you want everything to be... I'm not trying to do straw man here. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Do you want every game to be third person? Do you want everything to be 3D? There are amazing games out here that are 2D or slightly 2D, like that Big Head Heroes game coming out. It's like 3D within a 2D space. Two-dimensional games, side-scroller games aren't going anywhere. They're not. One of the most popular games the year that it comes out, one of the most talked about games the year that it comes out is going to be Hollow Knight Silksong. Steam is riddled with side-scrollers. They're coming out all of the time. That's like top-downs, isometric games. Like, I've put games on your wish list and your radar recently that were side-scrollers. It's just a style. Like Zubair's saying, you're having a fundamental misunderstanding. It's a style. It's not a technological limitation. It's not. They're not making side-scrollers because they're like, oh man, what are we going to do? Like, I'm going to say 2 words to prove to you that style, genre, and graphics don't matter. And those 2 words are Vampire Survivors. Vampire Survivors literally looks like an original Nintendo game. No joke. As the children say, no cap. It looks like an original Nintendo game, and it's stupidly popular. It is stupidly popular. The look of the game and the genre of the game Vampire Survivors has 250,000 reviews on Steam, and it looks like this. This is what it looks like. Oh, hang on. That's my wrong cap card. Boom. This game right here has been one of the most popular games the last 2 years, or whenever it actually first came out. I don't know. I can't remember the exact date. Come on, man. You don't have to like it. You don't have to play it. Gaming 100% is not going the way that you think it's going. Yes, games that have improved, not just in visuals, but camera changes too, like Uncharted, Spider-Man, etc., are good games for Nintendo DS, but not for the PS5 Pro or the Xbox Series. I wholeheartedly, down into the fabric of the veins of my heart, disagree with you. I played Vampire Survivors on my PlayStation 5 Pro for 15 or 20 hours when I was up in Ohio for Thanksgiving with me and my nephews and my son. Multiple generations of gamers enjoying a game that looks like a regular Nintendo game. We couldn't put it down. We couldn't put it down. It looks like a Nintendo Entertainment System game. I was playing with the 9-year-old teenagers, and I'm 43, and we were loving it. We were having a great time. I don't think that because tech is advancing, you're going to see just the disappearance of older style games that have either like the pixel art or top-down, isometric, or two-dimensional, or side-scroller. It's not going anywhere. There's just no way. Gamers don't care about that. They don't. I'm not saying you're not a gamer, but I'm saying across the globe, across generations, across age demographic, they just don't care. My kids don't give a rip about that kind of stuff. They'll play Minecraft just as fast as they'll stink and play Spider-Man 2. They'll play Vampire Survivors just as fast as they'll want to play, what's my son and I playing? Lego Fortnite. Yeah, Animal Well, very similarly, it looks like a regular Nintendo game, and it's a side-scroller. It was nominated for awards this year. I do. I think this happens. I think, Gaza, you're on a similar wavelength. I'm not going to put words in your mouth, but you're on a similar wavelength of the people that were like, Astrobot winning is a joke. This is a total L for gamers in the Game Awards. Because they ironically want games to all look the same, but then they'll piss and moan that all we get are the same types of games. No, we don't. You just only play the same types of games. So you're bored. Terraria and Stardew Valley have been the top 20 games on Steam for 10 years straight. Right. I was going to say Terraria, but also Stardew Valley. These are very popular games, and they look like old Nintendo games. Here, his trailer. Order some coffee, everybody. Reforge Roast. Let's see. This trailer here. Ninja Gaiden. Or for those who, are of a different persuasion, Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound announcement trailer on the PlayStation channel. This is a PS5, PS4 game. You ready? There you go. So you sure? You sure with your prediction where things are going? You sure these types of games are going away? Or I think your prediction's way, way out in left field. This looks incredible to me. Ninja Gaiden. Or Gaiden. Just not that there's anything wrong with that. You'd never touch that, and that's totally fine. When I see a fighting game crop up, I don't care how thick the thighs are or how big the skies are. I'm not playing it. I don't care. I see fighting games, I'm like, yeah, I will never touch that. It's just not there. It's not for me. William says, Ninja Gaiden being announced at the Game Awards made me happy for Colin Moriarty. Oh, does he really like that franchise? Zubair says, I want as much path racing as I can get, but there's space in my heart for all kinds of games. This looks like trash to what games are supposed to be. Oh. These side-scrollers don't have expectations. They all have the same mechanics, which is disturbing. Okay. Tell me one of your favorite games this year. And you better be real careful. I want to know what one of your favorite games this year, what is one? You're creating an imperative, by the way. Like linguistically, an imperative is an ought. You ought to do this or you ought not to do this. There's positive and negative imperatives. You're saying games are supposed to be a certain way. Okay. What was one of your favorite games this year? I would like to know. This is a fun discussion. It's lively, but I want to know. What was one of your favorite games this year? Let's have a little experiment here. Concord. The best games are the games that don't stay. That's what games are supposed to do. They're supposed to come out and vanish. Come on. Come on. Say it. I want to know. I want to know a game. I want to know the game that you thought, man, this is my favorite game this year. I'm speaking truth. I don't rage bait. My favorite game this year was Unknown Awakening 9. Okay. Okay. And you think that Unknown Awakening 9 is not using any mechanics from any other game ever created. All the mechanics are new. That would be your contention. Because I read the reviews of Unknown 9 Awakening, and the most common theme was it's basically very boring, very generic gameplay. You're allowed to like it. I'm not telling you what you can or cannot like. I'm simply trying to show you that if you're going to look at games like side-scrollers and you're going to say that, well, all the mechanics are the same and that's disturbing, you played a game with mechanics that are in other games, my friend. And that's okay. That's okay. I'm just showing you the inconsistency in your position. You're allowed to like whatever game you want, but you're applying a standard to the side-scrollers and the games like Ninja Gaiden, and you're applying a judgment standard to them that you're not applying to the very game you said you enjoyed this year. Yeah, Yennefer was the lead in that game. Yeah. It didn't do very well at all. Dark Taco says, fun fact, Unknown 9 was the only game I refunded on Steam this year. I'm not saying that. I'm saying all mechanics and side-scrollers are the same. I never said they've taken them from other games. Unknown 9 Awakening is Tomb Raider Uncharted mechanics. Well, first and foremost, all the mechanics and side-scrollers are not the same. They're not. They aren't. I did things in Sundered that I couldn't do in Ori and the Blind Forest. I did things in Ori and the Will of the Wisps that I couldn't do in Prince of Persia. I did things in Hollow Knight that I couldn't do in any of those. Like, they don't all use the same mechanics. Now, if you're going to take issue with single jump, double jump, wall jump, to be fair, you've got to do the same thing with every third-person camera perspective game that does a dodge roll, or aiming over the shoulder mechanic, or crouching behind cover. Those mechanics commonly show up in third-person games, and are you upset by that? No. They're ground-level expectations in a third-person game of, like, player volition and movement. Like, I'm going to be able to move around in this world, and sometimes I can crouch behind something, sometimes I can roll out of the way of something. If I'm going to aim, the camera's going to move over my shoulder. You only go left, right, up, and down. Okay. The average third-person game, you're doing the same thing. You're just moving in a three-dimensional space. This is what this conversation is. You're explaining to the class why you don't like two-dimensional games. What you have failed to do is substantiate why they're inferior games, they're bad games, or why they're going to go away. All you've done is argue, and it's perfectly fine how you've argued if you're arguing for, this is why I don't like two-dimensional games. You've made no mistakes if that's what you're arguing. But that's not what you were arguing. You were arguing that that's not what games are supposed to be. That's disturbing. They're inferior. They're going away. Well, I don't think you've substantiated that argument at all. All you've actually done is just substantiate that you don't like them. And that is perfectly fine. This is something I've continued to try to do in gaming dialogue. You are 100% allowed to say, I don't like this, and here's why. People go up above that. They ratchet up above, I don't like it, and they're like, it's bad, it's stupid, it's terrible, it should go away. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Just go down here, and you're perfectly safe. You're going up here, you're Icarus. You're getting too close to the sun. Just stay down here. I don't like it. Why? Here's why. Oh, okay, that's fine. I could understand that. I could totally understand why you feel your player volition is too constrained in a two-dimensional game. I get that. I can intellectually understand it even though I don't agree with it. I could argue why I don't like fighting games and turn-based games and sports games and PvP games. Like, I could argue why. That doesn't make them bad, inferior, stupid, or that they should go away. If I was given a game that only takes 4 buttons, left, up, right, down, to compare to open world games, which you can look around, you can see how far in front you are, and they're games back in the 2000s. Right, but again, you're just arguing for your preference of, like, player volition and movement. I also don't think you've played one of the more advanced side-scrollers that have come out. You can't play Prince of Persia with 2 buttons. Have you seen any of the Prince of Persia Lost Crown combat footage? Have you seen any of it? It's not just pressing 4 buttons. The combat gameplay in Prince of Persia is absolutely nuts. I'm going to try and find a good one. Let me see if I can find a good one. This might be a good one. All right, here we go. So he's going to time warp. He's going to teleport. He's going to jump. He's going to juggle. He's going to do all kinds of stuff here. So he warps through, juggles him back and forth with an arrow, juggles him back and forth with an arrow from far away. Now he's using his sword. There's a kick. There's a teleport. There's a juggle. There's a slam. There's another juggle. There's an up kick. Now he's juggling some more. There he teleports again. Now he's beneath him. Now he's going back up to where he previously left his teleported person. Now he's using a ranged thing to juggle him again. And now he's back underneath him with a wave attack on the ground and another one to finish it off. That quite literally is not using 4 buttons. I couldn't frickin' do that. Are you kidding me? I could practice for a week and I wouldn't be able to do what that guy just did. I just can't. I've got limitations. I do. That guy frickin' cooked a full course meal. Typically when I play that game, I just made a sandwich. I just did what was necessary. That guy cooked a full course meal. That's the kind of game that you're describing as being non-innovative or not good or you play with 4 buttons. No. That is a deep combat system within a Metroidvania. It's incredible what they let you do. He literally juggles him by teleporting back to where he previously was. Like, it's nuts. But the combat from Lost Sands are the same. Nothing new, nothing different. In my opinion, Prince of Persia in the time would allow forwards and backwards instead of left and right. You're just being too reductionist, though. I guarantee you if I go to the combat in Lost Sands, it's not identical to that. Oh, Forgotten Sands. So you're talking about this game? I'm not seeing anything here that I've not. I do this in every third-person melee-based game I've ever done. Now, jumping off the character was pretty cool, but you can do that in Sekiro. He rolls around, he's doing charge attacks. What are you talking about? This game's not even moving at the speed. It's not even moving at the speed of Lost Crown. It's not identical? Yeah, like, again, there is nothing wrong with the Forgotten Sands utilizing tried and true third-person melee mechanics. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There isn't. But you're holding the Lost Crown to a standard that you're not holding the other game to. It's like, yes, these games are going to utilize mechanics from other games. That's what they do. This is how it's supposed to be, and Prince of Persia New One shouldn't have gone the way that it went. Your imperative is unsubstantiated. You're saying this is how it's supposed to be. I got news for you. I'm glad we don't live in a world where you're the arbiter of what ought to be, because the gaming world would suck if that were the case. If every game that came out was like, nope, gotta be third person, gotta utilize this player volition freedom, I'd be so freaking bored. Every game would come out and feel like some amalgamation of like Assassin's Creed Batman. It's like, we don't need that. We need variety. We need other, like, variety makes things better. I've opened up my palette for gaming, and it's been one of the best decisions I've ever made. It's been one of the best decisions I've ever made, as I've opened up my palette to other game types, whether it's rogues or 2D games, or I'm even going to open up my palette to turn-based games in next year with Expedition 33. What if I said that about turn-based games? What if I created an imperative out of thin air and just said, yeah, that's not how games should be. Games should be like this. They should let me control the attack moment to moment. So whether it's a Persona game or Metaphor or Expedition 33, I would argue that's not how games should be. Well, that would be ridiculous. I'm just taking my preference and elevating it to the level of imperative. Well, I like free moment-to-moment combat games. I don't like turn-based. Have you forgotten Killing Floor 3? What do you mean, have I forgotten it? I'm going to call these people gaming legalists because they're very similar to something I've seen. Right, it's all everything's a fabricated or arbitrary imperative. Well, because this is what I like, that's what all games should be. Let's do it this way. Let's try this way. Gaza, I want you to imagine your opposite. Right? Imagine your opposite right now. You think that's how games should be. They should be three-dimensional. They should let you move around. Imagine your opposite, and there's a guy over here, and his name is Dave. And Dave says, no, I think all games should be two-dimensional because we should stick to the core and the root of what made games great. When you stay in the two-dimensional space, it forces the developers to innovate more and get more creative. This was the birth of gaming with games like Pitfall and Super Mario Brothers and Sonic the Hedgehog, and this is where games should stay. They're the opposite of you. How do we determine who is right? How do we do it? You're saying this is how games should be, and Dave over here is saying no. How do we determine who's right? How? Who determines the rightness and the wrongness of these positions? How do we do it? What did Street Chat say? Why are people so dictatorial? Dictatorial. Is that how you say it? Dictatorial? Dictatorial. Dictatorial would be very different. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be a tutorial about dicks. Anyway, about how games should be. Do you want devs to follow your orders or be creative? I'll play the part. Games are wasting resources and effort going with realistic 3D worlds. We could make 50 smaller games for those budgets. Yeah, there's another way of arguing. That's right. How do we figure out who's correct in this situation? I'm here to tell you, I don't think you can. Why? Because you can't elevate preference to imperative. It's not possible. you're breaking categories. So it just becomes illogical. It's like, well, what are you even saying? I get where you're coming from, but back in the 2000s, we didn't have a choice but to play side-scrolling games. What do you mean? Back in the 2000s? Homie, I graduated high school in 2000. I was playing 3D games before that. Now I feel like we have more choices, and devs know better than side-scrolling gameplay. They don't know better. It's a matter of their artistic vision. It's a matter of their artistic vision. There was a time where most of the music you could listen to in the history of music was classical. No electric guitar, right? No drum sets. Okay? Does that mean we should just leave classical music in the bin of history? Absolutely not. We wouldn't get the soaring original scores of Star Wars or Hans Zimmer stuff that he's done. We wouldn't get any of that if we just left classical music in the dustbin of history and said, well, there was a time where that's all we could listen to, so now that we've ascended beyond that and we have electrical instruments and synthesizers and drums, this should be how we make music now. No, absolutely not. I think Mozart's overrated. I'll find you! I'm just kidding. You can't abandon certain genres or game types just because things have become more advanced. I don't think I do not think that's a good way of looking at this thing. I don't. I think some of the experiences I have had, I want you to really listen to this. Some of the best gaming experiences I have had have been quite literally because they were similar to the old games. There was something joyous and mirth-filled and nostalgic about playing Astrobot. It was connected and tethered to all these memories that I had. Memories of a glowing television in a dark family room and watching my brother play Super Mario Brothers or Battletoads, or playing Mario Galaxy with my wife and forming a bond in video games with my best friend and life partner. And then I'm playing Astrobot, and it's all connected to that. There's a deepness to the experience that I wouldn't have had if it wasn't somehow connected to all those things. And the same thing happened when I played Ori and the Blind Forest. It harkened back to some of the earliest video game experiences I had of making the jump or getting the double jump, or thinking about the first time I played Super Metroid, or the first time I ever raged out on a video game was I fell in the lava water in front of Mother Brain and I couldn't get out and I died and I threw the controller down and I cried like a baby. Why? Because it was so important to me in that moment. And when I play Ori and the Blind Forest, Ori and the Will of the Wisps, or Hollow Knight, it's connected to that experience. So to be like, no, we have to leave that behind, I think is a disservice to the variety of gaming experiences we can have and how some of them are going to be more deeply connected to the games of the past. I think you're robbing games of being connected to the overarching story of gaming. You described my Radon fight. Crybaby Lono. I was like 9 or 10 years old, and it was devastating, dude. It was devastating. You cried because Metroid was full of such unbelievable bullshit. I'm not saying abandoning. I mean, they should hold back on side-scrollers and make more open world. Nope, don't agree. Do you want to know why? Because if somebody wants to make a really, really good side-scroller, they're going to make a great side-scroller. And if you make them make an open-world game, it'd probably be subpar because they don't want to make it. I think the best games come from devs making what they want to make. It comes from passion. Those are the best games. If the game company, like an example right now would be the developers behind Ori and the Blind Forest and Ori and the Will of the Wisps, they decided to make a top-down RPG Souls-like game called No Rest for the Wicked. And people are loving it. It's in early access right now. Now, What if I would have said they shouldn't do that? They should make the third Ori game instead. Well, it would rob the world of the game they're getting because that's the game they wanted to make. That's the game they wanted to make. And I think there are a lot of open world games. We don't need more, to be quite honest with you. I think we've done pretty well in that department. I don't think we're lacking in open world games. Balatro would probably run on a graphing calculator. It was a Game of the Year nominee. Yeah. And the fact that people were upset about Balatro getting nominated or Astrobot winning, like, I always come back to this. It's like, I really do feel like some gamers have just they've lost their way. You've lost your way. You're in some weird, really narrow forest. Like the pathway is now shrouded and narrow, and like you feel like you can't see through the trees, and all you want is this very, very narrow offering. Like the irony is, you don't want this because you feel like, oh, it's always the same, but then you're asking for something that we have an abundance of. We have an abundance of open world games. That's because they're not skilled enough to make an open world game? No. That is simply untrue. That is an unfounded presumption. That's an unfounded presumption. That would be like saying, well, this guy only paints in watercolor because he's not good enough to use oil. That's an unfounded presumption. You don't know their skill level. Based on the type of game they make, we can't presume their skill level. I think that is absurd. A good example would be Housemarque with Returnal. Their first game, which I believe is called Ex Machina, is a top-down bullet hell. And then they made Returnal, which is a third-person, over-the-shoulder, action-style bullet hell rogue. They didn't make the first game because they lacked skill. It was just the games that they wanted to make. They proved that with Returnal. You don't know their skill level. John Williams is a world-famous composer. He could probably write a jingle for a commercial. That doesn't mean he's writing the jingle for the commercial simply because he doesn't have the skill to write an original score for movies like Star Wars, Indiana Jones, and Superman. Yeah, I mean, you get games from Nintendo like Super Mario Bros. Wonder, but you also get Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild. That's just facts, dude. It's not facts. No, you can't elevate your opinion to fact. Devs have been out of development so long, they don't understand what genre we are in today. Yet we have Rockstar that's been relevant throughout the years. You're saying what genre we are in today. We're not in a genre. Maybe you are. Maybe that's a mistake. You play whatever you want. You can have whatever gaming preferences that you want. But it sounds like you're stuck in a genre. That's all you want. That's all you want to play. That's fine. But you don't get to project that onto the gaming industry and say, well, we're now in this genre. No, we're not. What are you even saying? So many different games were nominated for awards this year, and they were not all these 3D open world third-person games. All right, hang on. I got to start taking more of these questions from members. Guys, do me a quick favor and smash the like button. Getting a little bit one-guyed, but the turnout today and the topics were weak. Nobody grabbed a hold of any of the stuff we were talking about. Nobody cared about Half-Life 3, Black Ops 6, or what was the other thing? PlayStation's future plans. So I was fine to get one guide because it makes for fun. Like when no one's grabbing a hold of the topics, I don't care. It doesn't bother me. I'll just grab on to whatever's coming down the pipe. This is why these questions are so great. You guys can kind of dictate what we talk about. So submit questions with the question command. Let's try to get to 300 likes. That would be really helpful. Let's try to get to 150 members. We need 12 more, and then I'll drop a 10 bomb on chat. King Troopa says, Lona, what's your opinion on the success of Marvel Rivals impacting development for studios today? Overwatch clearly influenced others for the most. Oh, for the worst. If Rise was the correct wake-up call. Well, funny thing about Marvel Rivals, I was made fun of for saying it was going to be very popular. I was clipped, mocked, and made fun of for saying, yeah, that thing's going to be really popular. I said that it was going to pose a significant threat to games like Concord because it was going to be free and it was going to be instantly more enjoyable. I said, look at the gameplay. Look at how polished it feels. You know, running around as Rocket Raccoon or Spider-Man or Captain America, and people thought that I was an idiot. It was like the famous instance where I played Fortnite Battle Royale for 20 minutes and said it would be more popular than PUBG. And I got the same treatment back then. This guy's an idiot, doesn't know what he's talking about. You sure about that? My opinion on the success of Marvel Rivals is that was like predicting Sunshine in San Diego. I don't know how anybody thought that game wasn't going to be super popular. Now, they're going to face the exact same problem that all live service games face. I don't remember you saying it would be popular. I remember you saying it would kill Concord. When we would talk about Concord, I would say that Rivals was going to come in and make things even worse for Concord's player-based problems because it was free and it was Marvel. But when Marvel Rivals came up as a subject, I was like, oh my gosh, this thing's got massive potential. I always said that about that game. That doesn't mean that they're immune to all of my other commentary about live service PvP games. They're going to run into the same problems. They are. They're going to run into the same problems. Yeah, how do you keep players? How do you keep people coming back? I can't get my seat in the center. There we go. How do you do it? I'm not saying, I've never once said that Marvel Rivals will go the distance. I said, no, it's got what it takes to get the strong start. And the strong start is the only way you even have a shot. What about your thoughts on Foam Stars and Suicide Squad? Would you like to outline what I said instead of making it seem like I said things that I didn't, as that comment is very loaded? What did I say about Foam Stars? Go ahead and tell me. What did I say about Kill the Justice League? Go ahead and tell me. I want you to tell me what I said, as your question seems to presume I said things that I didn't say, as is typical with people who have clipped me. Go ahead. I would love to know what I said about Foam Stars and what I said about Kill the Justice League, as I'm usually quite nuanced in my positions, which doesn't work well when you clip snipe and misrepresent what someone says. Do it. Tell me what I said about those two games. I would like to hear it. Outline my position on Foam Stars and Kill the Justice League. You're on the stage now. You've got the microphone. Do it. Why take offense? Not a bad dodge, but a dodge. Answer the question. I'm not taking offense. You know what you're doing, and you know asking the question on this topic, what you're insinuating. So I want you to outline what I said about Foam Stars and Kill the Justice League. Are you able to do it? Or is it just fun to insinuate with a passive question that I said things about them that I likely didn't say? Do it. Outline what I said about those games. I would like to know. That's all. It's a simple question. Just outline what I said. Specifically Foam Stars. Because I owned the fact that I got Kill the Justice League wrong. I've owned that. So bringing that up is, ignoring the fact that I said, I got that one wrong. I thought it was going to be good. I thought they were going to pull it off. They seemed really passionate about it. I got to the end game, and I was one of the first people to tell you guys, they did not build this game to last. They didn't. I thought the core gameplay was fun. I thought the story was actually pretty funny and well written and well voice acted. But I got to the end, and I thought, no, they didn't build this game to last. I rolled credits and told you guys, I got this one wrong. That's on this channel. I owned that one. I'm not going to have a perfect batting average. That's literally impossible. Foam Stars, all I ever said about Foam Stars was, don't write this game off. It's cutesy pie. It's clearly inspired by Splatoon, but I kept telling people, don't write this game off. It probably has more potential than you think in the Asian market. That's all I ever said. I didn't say Foam Stars was going to be crazy popular. I didn't say Foam Stars was going to be the next Splatoon. I just kept telling people, don't write this game off just because it's cute. That's all I ever said. All I ever said was, don't write this game off. We do that all the time. We see cutesy pie games, and we write them off like, ooh, I don't know, Astrobot. Everybody wrote off Astrobot. A lot of people wrote that game off and acted like it was a joke, it was stupid, it was for kids, and it won the dadgum game of the year. So I said the same thing about Foam Stars. Like, don't write this off just because it's cute or anime or, like, kind of silly. I said it could explode in the Asian market. That's all I ever said, was that it had potential. That's not a prediction that it will be. Not kissing butt, but that's all Lono said. That's all I ever said about Foam Stars. And yes, all of the people who hate me and clip me consistently acted like this idiot, this moron, this pony thought that Foam Stars was going to be super popular. I never said that. I never did. If you think that I thought that about Foam Stars, you're self-reporting that you watch liars and grifters who misrepresent everything that I say. Never once said that Foam Stars was going to be some crazy big hit. It was just like, we do this commonly. We write off games simply because of their art style. And I'm like, bro, this game could take off. You never know. It could be, hey man, did anybody see Splatoon and think that Splatoon was going to explode and be super popular? Did anybody predict that? No. And yet, there it sits as crazy popular. And it's like, don't write this game off. I would never play Splatoon. It looks like a Nickelodeon cartoon come to life where you spray paint everywhere. I had no interest in Splatoon, and it's crazy popular. All I was ever advocating for was don't write a game off just because it looks unappealing to you. And I owned the fact that I got Kill the Justice League wrong. I was listening to the devs. I trusted them. I thought they're passionate about this. They built a game that they wanted to build. I think this thing's going to be good. And I got about halfway through the game and I was like, I don't know. And then I rolled credits and I was like, nope, no. They did not have a clue what they were doing. They didn't. They'd have been better off never making that game. They should have just made, I don't know. They should have just made a game where you played as the Justice League with their weapons, and it should have just been like action adventure co-op and not looter shooter live service. So since you couldn't answer the question, Deuterino, I answered it for you. And don't posture like your question wasn't a passive sort of, yeah, well, what about these two games? Don't act like that question wasn't absolutely loaded with bullets, because it was. Say it with your chest. Don't pull this passive thing with me. Be a man and say it with your chest. You were trying to bring up what you feel like I got wrong, which I was never wrong about Foam Stars. You can't be wrong when you say, don't write the game off, it could have potential. There's no wrong there. There's no wrong there. I never said that it would be. Deuterino? It wasn't Deuterino? Wait, who was it? I got my names confused. Sorry, Deuterino. It was El Unico Chico. Well, now I'm even not surprised. I thought for some reason, where did it land in the chat? I thought it was Deuterino. Was it? I would have ignored it if I saw it was from them, because they're constantly doing that. I conflated names. I thought it was Deuterino. I was like, Deuterino, are you in here taking shots? Are you taking shots at me, bro? Hang on. I'm trying to find it. Where's the stinking comment? I can't find it. Oh. And they won't talk in chat, so I can't click on their name. Have they said anything in chat? I thought it... There they are. There they are. Okay, I'm trying to find their picture in chat. I do that all the time. I see a comment, and then if you comment right below them, I did that earlier with Sneaky Wolf's gifted member. I gave credit to Joker Quinn. I do that all the stinking time. No, El Deuterino didn't even say anything around them. Yeah. I don't know why my brain did that. I was like, man, Deuterino out here taking shots at me, and I thought that was very strange. It was El Unico Cocho, which typically, yes, you're on the green side and you like to take swipes. Maybe you got yourself a clip. I don't really care. You were funny enough, very silent when I asked you what my positions were on those games, because I would bet dollars to donuts. I'd put money on the table that you are getting my opinion on Foam Stars and Justice League from clipping grifters and haters. Wouldn't shock me a bit. It wouldn't shock me a bit. Oh, I saw the El Unico Cocho, and El Deuterino. It's the stinking L that threw me off. Now I can make sense of what I did mentally. I was like, why would I do that? I guarantee you. In fact, I know that you come from that side. I know because of how you come at me sometimes in comments that you've made. I know you drink from the well of poison out there about me. I know you do. You just have never crossed the line when you hang out here, so you've never been banned. But I see straight through your comments half the time. I've been here for years. Yes, but that doesn't mean you don't go out here and watch clips about me and come in here with loaded questions. This isn't the first time you've done this, brother. It isn't. That's why I said I saw L and I thought El Deuterino, so I engaged with your question. If I would have actually seen your name and didn't like quick read it and make a mistake, I'd have ignored you. Because I'd have known you were just coming in here to take a cheap shot and a swipe. You want to act like we don't have your number. We've got your number. We just never call it. Ruthless Blackskin with a question says, I know there's always been games called Destiny Killers, but with Destiny in the place it is now, if a really good looter shooter came out, could there finally be a game that can do it? Well, no. No. Here's the thing. Nothing is going to come out that's going to kill Destiny, but there can certainly be a game that comes out that is in that vein and is successful. You don't have Twitter? Well, then I know what frickin' YouTube videos you watch. Because the way you come at me and the way you talk to me, you say it's not malicious, that's fine. That's why you're still here. You've never been malicious. You've never been disrespectful. But I've got your number. I know what you do. I know who you watch because of the way you speak to me. I've been doing this for a decade, bro. You're never getting anything past the goalie, even if you think you do. I know what you're doing. The way you come at me and the way you phrase questions, I know who you watch. And I know what they say about me. So you've never once had a veil over my eyes about who you are and where you hang out. It's like when Chili Palmer says, I'm the one telling you how it is. I'm the one telling you how it is. That's exactly why I read your question and responded to it, because I thought you were, I for some dumb reason read your name and thought it was El Deuterino, and I got my feathers ruffled. I was like, what the frick? Are you taking a shot, Deuterino? Because that's out of character for Deuterino. And I was like, what in the world's going on here? If I'd have seen your name and interpreted it and been like, oh yeah, it's Coach, I wouldn't have read your question. Because I know who you watch. And I know what they say about me. And I guarantee you, they've given you headcanon about me that you think I thought Foam Stars was going to be amazing and I'm some dumb pony, and that I never admitted I was wrong about Kill the Justice League. I've ignored a lot of your questions recently. I have. Because they're usually loaded. Because I know who you watch and I know what they say about me. I've never banned you. I've never kicked you out because you're usually very respectful, but everything's got a laced razor blade in it. You know? I don't take shots to Lono if he's talking trash about the Doom Marauder, Resident Evil 4, or Starfield. Do you know what I watch? No. I've been here every day for like 2 years. Yeah. And yeah, you just did it too, Trill. You just added El Deuterino by mistake. Which YouTuber's talking bad about you? There's no reason to go interact with them. Yeah, you've been here for 2 years, Kocho, but listen to me now. Listen, you haven't denied it yet. I know who you watch, bro. I know the headcanon they put in your head about me. It's obvious. You self-report in the way you come at me. When someone comes in here and they phrase questions in a way and they position things in a way where there's this baked-in presumption about me and what I think, I'm like, yeah, I know what you're doing. I know who you've watched. I know, and I don't even watch their content. But I know what they say about me because I see it in my comment section. I know every time I've been featured on one of those channels. Do you want to know why? I open up my phone on Sunday afternoon and I've got a bunch of comments from brain dead morons about this, that, and the third. About you're bad at this and you're dumb and you're this and you're that. And like, yeah, okay, cool. Clear it out. It's obvious. It's obvious. So, I don't care who you watch. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't. But don't come in here with loaded questions and act like, I'm just asking questions, bro. Like I said, you haven't denied it yet. I'm here every day because I obviously like the content. You're only one of 3 content creators that lean blue that I watch. Listen, I appreciate that. And I'll tell you this, Kocho. I have more respect for you than all of the green guys that hate watch or they turned tuck tail and run and never came back to admit that they were wrong about a litany of things. We had long-standing members, long-standing community members of this channel, and they vanished into thin air when everything I said that was going to happen with ABK happened, and when games started going to PlayStation where I said they were going to go to PlayStation, when all that stuff started happening, all of a sudden, Thanos snapped green people out of my community. They just vanished into thin air. I got way more respect for you. You'll come back, you'll get in the ring, you'll make your comments, and you've never been disrespectful. But what I'm asking you to do is don't act like you were just asking a question. Because the question was loaded. It was loaded with the false headcanon about me, about, oh, but you said this about Foam Stars, and you said this about Kill the Justice League. Listen, if you're going to try to recount my history, if you're going to try to recount my backstory and my lore, then at least give me due credit. I owned that I got Justice League wrong, and I never made predictions about Foam Stars. So your question doesn't really need to be asked, does it? Does it? If you're familiar with my lore and my channel and my coverage, you would know I owned being wrong about Kill the Justice League, and I never made any strong predictions about Foam Stars. I only ever said, don't write it off. It could be explosive in the Asian market. That's all I ever said about it. And your question betrays your headcanon about me. It does. It betrays it. You think something about me that was placed there by the people that put me in their content and yell and scream and make fun of me and call me names, and they never once, I don't think in the history of all that content, have they probably ever they've never represented my content honestly. Do you want to know why? I know when I'm in their shows and I know when I'm in their videos because I get a bunch of false summaries in my comment section. You think this? Nope, but I'm sure somebody told you that I think that. You're an idiot. You said this? Nope, but I'm sure somebody told you that I said that. You were super suspicious before Kill the Justice League before it came out. Your suspicion ended up being right, but the window dressing fooled you at first. I made the mistake of believing the developers. I made the mistake of believing the developers. They were so passionate about that game. I thought, these guys make good games, man. If they're this passionate about this, I think they built a good game. And they didn't. How does someone that's here all the time not know that your acknowledgement of those games not going as predicted? Yeah, that too. I mean, that's why I'm saying it's a loaded question. Like, you have to understand. I think this is a perfectly healthy conversation to have, by the way. I don't feel like we're getting one guide. But you have to understand, when you come in with a purple badge or a yellow badge or a red badge and you ask a question like that, the reason I responded the way that I did is because I thought it was somebody with a red badge. I saw L, and I made the mistake of thinking it was El Duderino, okay? That's somebody with a red badge. I'm like, why would somebody be doing that? Like, to AOZ's point, it's like if you're here all the time, you would know that I 100% owned that I misfired on Kill the Justice League. And look, man, Foam Stars wasn't it. It didn't make it, right? Now, if you're a gray name or you got a white badge, I'm going to be less apt to be like, hey, man, what the frick kind of a question is that? Because I'm like, I don't know, maybe you're new here. Maybe you came from one of those other channels and you're genuinely asking the question. I don't expect somebody with a gray name or a yellow badge, a gray name or a white badge, I don't expect them to know the deep lore of the channel. I don't. But someone who's been around for a long time and claims that you're here all the time, it's like, why would you bother asking that question? Is Lono saying that all Spanish names look the same? I didn't say that. This just in Reforge Gaming. Suicide Squad and Foam Stars got anthems. Not like they are Concord completely shut down. Right. The issues with Kill the Justice League, honestly, I still think this. If that would have been made by another company and they were just generic characters, I think the reception would have been different. I do. If it had been generic characters and a different studio, I think people would have been like, yeah, this is a pretty fun little looter shooter. It's got some pretty good systems in the gameplay loop. But then I ultimately think it would have died because their gameplay structure was poor. Like their ongoing structure was very poor. But I think initial reception to Kill the Justice League would have been far different if it was just a generic looter shooter with generic characters from another developer. You can always trust Lono will be honest. I don't question his integrity. He hates Resident Evil 4. How can anyone hate Resident Evil 4? Blasphemy. I didn't say that I hate it. I didn't like it. Didn't you nail the day before as being fake? Do you guys remember the guys that would come in the chat about the day before and they're like, how dare you? You're being so unkind to these developers. You're being so hateful. This is a real game. You're going to see when it comes out. You remember? There were people, oh my word. There were people that really, really believed in that. I mean, they believed in that game. Wait, what happened to the forum? What'd you do, Demins? I know you're poking around in there. No. You edited you did something. You have to edit undo what you did, Demins. You messed up the formatted sheet. I see your little logo. You're in there poking around. I'm always very careful to not do anything to the formatted sheet. You did something and it messed up the formatted sheet. The data sheet. There you go. You fixed it. I'm not sure what you did. The Mins, you've not been around and you coming in and you're breaking my sheet. The Mins is like, Merry Christmas. I'm back here tinkering. Half-Life 3. A reliable insider. I just removed the data, the row in the data sheet. Oh, you don't remove the row. You just clear it out. That's what I've always done. I highlight and just click delete. Yeah. I'll read his question. It's fine. I want to go back to this question. We've had our little row and our little whatever you want to call it. Here, let's do something. Let's see. It's 12:30. I'll give you guys 15 minutes. Let's try to hit 150 in 15 minutes. If you guys want to extend, that'll be the next milestone. I'll owe you 10 members. So we need 12 more members. We need 3 more super chats for that goal. If anybody wants to make confetti, I want to go back to this because I think this is a good question. This is a good discussion. I know there's always been games called Destiny killers, but with Destiny in the place it is now, if a really good looter shooter were to come out, could it finally be a game that does that? Here's the thing. I think in general, Destiny 2 is on its way out. We know this. I still believe a Destiny 3 could work. I do. I think if they went silent for a really long time and they finally came to the market with a big teaser and a big announcement or whatever, I think they could do it. I think they could get attention. I think they could have to, I think they'd have to switch engines personally. I know people are kind of opposed to that, but I do. I think they'd have to switch engines. They'd have to switch engines, but I think a Destiny 3 could work. I think they could be significantly popular. And here's why I'm saying this. If there's anybody out there that can actually build the next great looter shooter, because I've always said somebody out there is building it, I've always said that, right? Somebody out there is building the next big looter shooter. Well, if there's somebody that could do it, it's Bungie. It's Bungie. PoE as a looter is scratching my itch. Yeah, I'm talking looter shooter. If there's a studio that could do it, if there's a studio that could figure it out, it's Bungie. A Destiny 3 side scroller. I don't know, Destiny 3 with all the people want D1 remastered on PC. Yeah, that'd be a waste of time. That would last for a week. My only problem with the way the community talks about Concord is that it gets labeled as a bad game, when in truth what killed Concord was that no one played it. No one played it for a multitude of reasons. Bad game should not be one of them. Why on earth would you not label it a bad game? What in your mind makes it not a bad game? It was a bad game. It was a hero shooter with derivative gameplay, mimicked map design and movement right out of Destiny. It was a hero shooter without ultimates. It was a bad game. I'm not talking about its technical quality. Just because technically it was a sound game and it worked, it was actually one of the more well-optimized and well-built Unreal games to come out. The gameplay was fun. Okay, but that's subjective. From a purely objective analysis, I'm not saying it being derivative is like, oh, I didn't enjoy it because it was derivative. I'm saying if you're going to build a hero shooter, it being extremely derivative and copy pasta of other games on top of it lacking some of the basics of a hero shooter, I think those add up to saying, no, this is actually a bad game. I think it's difficult to say it's objectively a bad game, but it's like, what else are you going to call it? It failed? Nobody liked it? Like, well, not that nobody liked it. Not enough people liked it. Valve only makes Half-Life to showcase new engine features that are innovative to the industry, so a dependable source talking about Half-Life 3 is huge. So, Welfare Rockstar, you think it's a signal that Valve's making some kind of a big leap in innovation with respect to their engine. I would certainly hope that that's part of it, and it's not just another game. That would certainly be cool, but we'll have to wait and see. My opinion is Sony lets PS Plus users early access beta, making people assume if they didn't buy it, it would go on PS Plus. Sony shot themselves in the foot. Was First Descendant an objectively better game for those who played both? It's so hard to compare them. Descendant seemed mediocre, but it has this and this. Yeah, it's got TNA. I mean, First Descendant is... The reason I stopped playing is the same reason that so many people like it. It's mindless. You can literally just shut your brain off and grind. You can just shut your brain off and grind. That's why I stopped playing it. There was nothing memorable about it. What's memorable about it is all of the half-naked characters. Like, I booted up the game recently, and I was like, man, I was glad my kids weren't in the room. It was extreme. I was like, this is nuts. I've seen less revealing Victoria's Secret runways. I was like, good Lord. That's what makes it so memorable. The gameplay's not memorable. It's so throwaway. It really is. And that's why people can just play it and play it and play it. It really is. It's an addicting little loop. Before they put all that in the game, my kids liked it. We skipped all the cutscenes. They only ever played with me, and they liked it. Why? That's why. It was super playable, super accessible, and super repeatable. But there's nothing memorable about it at all. Even my kids just stopped asking about it. They asked about it recently, like, oh, hey, could we go back and play that game? And I'm like, no. I'm like, Like, you might see an Ultimate Bunny every once in a while back when the game first came out, but now, man, that tower, that central social hub is nothing but bare booty. I mean, it's crazy. But did it have a boob slider in the character creation screen? You can't create characters in First Descendant. SDO with a $5 super chat tip. Concord's the opposite of Redfall. Technically good, but boring and no interest from the target player base. I mean, Redfall was technically bad, but I would say it was also boring. It was also incredibly boring. I mean, every once in a while, these guys on Twitter act like it got unnecessary hate, and they circulate the same stupid footage, slow walking around in the intro when the graphics look decent. They don't show any of the actual gameplay. They don't show any of the actually like open world or questing or anything like that because it's just hot garbage. Hot garbage. Stop defending Concord. What are we doing? Yeah, I still to this day, if I was to make a Venn all right, if I was to make a Venn diagram of ponies who said Concord was good and ponies who said Black Myth Wukong runs without any problems, it's almost a circle. It's almost a circle, bro. Like, some of these guys out here on Twitter, I was like, what are y'all doing? What are y'all doing? They would post footage about like, yo, man, I'm pretty good at this game. You know, here's 7 kills in a row. I was like, nobody's shooting back. You're playing bots. You're playing people that are either wearing a blindfold or they're 6 years old. What are you, you're posting these montages and these kill feeds, and it's like you're playing people that are playing with their nose or their face. They're just like rubbing the controller on their face. They're not even trying. Good golly. My son is 9 and he went on kill streaks in that game. It was bad. Frick you, Lono. Performance mode in Black Myth Wukong is pretty good. Listen, man. Listen, bro. It's pretty good. No, it's not. Yeah, I thought Immortals of Avium was pretty good. It had too many performance issues, though. I know they fixed a lot of them, but I didn't. Immortals of Avium was it just, I don't know. The whole Doctor Strange thing in first person, I don't know. I wonder if like lassoing around and like hurling spells and slamming the ground or telekinetically moving things, I wonder if in third person it just would have been so much more enjoyable. Like I think of like, imagine playing Control. Imagine playing Control in first person. It just wouldn't feel the same. And I feel like there were elements of Immortals of Avium like this is dope combat, you know, dashing and lassoing and it just probably should have been third person. Do the portals, then you can talk? Huh? What do you, I don't know what you're saying, FCat. Immortals of Avium had horrible writing. I didn't even make it far enough to see if the writing was any good, Kocho. I didn't even make it far enough. But I just was like, yeah, it had performance issues. And again, the first person thing, I just don't think it works. The whole Doctor Strange thing, it's like, you know, it was like Ghostwire Tokyo didn't appeal to me for the same reason. Bro is literally playing a raid solo. FCAT, I don't know. What are you talking about? Are you talking to me? What are you referring to? The portals and playing a raid solo? I don't know what you're talking about. All right, guys. You got 7 minutes. We need 12 more members. You can gift, you can renew, you could super chat. Any of those things add to the count. Let's get 12 more members. Let's get to 150. You can extend the show. We'll keep going. Let's get 5 more likes as well as Lono throwing up gang signs. Open the door and see all the people. I don't know. I don't know how to do gang signs. You were glad it was first person Lone Wolf. Yeah, well, you're freaking looking forward to Avowed Lone Wolf. Immortals of Avium? I don't know, FCAT, you got to use more words. So you're saying until I get to the portals, I can't talk about the game and I was playing a raid solo? Again, I'm not sure what you're saying. Kaiser Soze with 37 months. He bumps the line to 39, making it a little bit easier. Thank you so much, Kaiser. Immortals is still my game of the year. Best B-Day game. Jeff England with a 12-month membership. Jeff, I can't add you to the total unless you're at Member Plus or VIP. If you're on a gifted, I'm glad you got a gifted and you can celebrate it. But if you're paying for your own, you want to pay the extra buck so that I can tell you're on a paid membership. It's the Member Plus $6 one. Immortals is just a shooter with a hand instead of a gun. It's not PS5 Pro enhanced, is it? Brian31 makes it really easy. He gets us to 140 and then 141 Fat Lump on a Member Plus. Wait, Fat Lump, you upgraded because you got gifted earlier. Did you upgrade Fat Lump? That counts as 2. If you guys upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, I count it as 2. Oh, beat the game and then do the portals. It's like playing a Destiny raid solo. Jiminy Christmas, FCAT. I need a freaking decoder ring to figure out what you were saying. Why didn't you just say that? Yes, Fat Lump upgraded today and gifts a member. So Fat Lump bumped it to 42 with the upgrade because it counts as 2. And then 43 with the gifted, and then Demins takes us to 144 by renewing his Member Plus for 40 months. Let's see what I can do. What else I can break here, JK. Been good being able to listen the past week. Got your Christmas card from the P.O. Box. Demins, oh my gosh. Has anybody ever commented, both my wife and I commented and noticed, your 2 oldest have the most perfect, most beautiful eyebrows, both your boy and your girl. I was like, oh my gosh, where did they get those? Like, you have a very beautiful family, very good looking family. I'm always like excited for families. It's like, oh my gosh, your kids, look at that, that's awesome, they're getting bigger and doing sports. And then we're both like, Where did they get such perfect eyebrows from? It was like something out of a magazine. It's not from you. It can't be from you. Is it from your wife? We both remarked about it, you know? It was like, what in the world? A single from Stone Spire and a single from V-Game Veteran gets us to 146. Broken Lobo says, I picked up Black Myth Wukong again. And while I experience the occasional dropped input, it does feel good. I did the frame rate so bad, though, Lobo. Both my wife and I have pristine eyebrows. I need to go look at the picture. I need to go analyze and see who they got them from. Because, man, it stood out to both of us. It was like, holy crap. They could go into like, eye modeling or something, you know? Well, oh no. There are friends of ours where every time they send their Christmas card, I'm like, babe, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Every single one of their kids could go into modeling. Like, they're one of those families. Like, it's like annoying. It's like, look at this. What is this? How'd you do that? Like they're made in a factory somewhere. And the parents never age. I mean, never age. We've looked at the Christmas cards from like 5 years apart. And I'm like, what the frick? How are they doing this? I have no idea where my kids got their good looks. Has to be my wife. I mean, you're not bad looking, Timmins. Don't kid yourself. But I'm always like a little like worried. Like, oh no, I married a very pretty woman, and then my daughter is gonna be very pretty. I'm gonna have to freaking deal with that. You know? I'm not looking forward to it. Strong genes, right? Have you ever run into those like annoyingly good-looking couples? Just like, get the frick out of here. There's a couple at our church, and my wife and I always joke about them. They're like models. It's like, yeah, you guys were made for each other. Get the frick out of here. I appreciate it. What's better? They're such good kids too. That's even better. That's even better. You never want to have like an a-hole kid who's also good looking. That's the worst. Because then they're just going to be that guy, you know? Everyone's going to be like, here comes that guy. Something got in your car just saying? I don't know. I think Madam said, she's like, oh, I didn't realize we were doing. I was like, what do you mean? I was like, we've always sent a card to Demins. We've always sent one to Demins. I think she updated her address book. And maybe you got dropped for some reason. I'm not sure why. I think you were the only remaining mod that got a Christmas card. I think. It got a little dicey there because we had some mods leave. So, as a human bridge troll, I find most couples annoyingly beautiful. It's the ones that don't age that drive me crazy. Like, I look at their pictures, I'm like, what are you eating? How are you doing this? Like, what? How is this possible? This couple... The couple that won't age and we get their Christmas card, I'm like, they're not aging, babe. What is this? They literally live in a sunny climate. I'm like, what, so you're clearly going out and getting sun. What are you doing? How are you not aging? Our kiddo, me and Snow, is such a handsome kid and sweet AF. Pretty sure he got that from his mama. Yeah. You better hope. There's nothing worse than meeting a really attractive person and then they're like a jerk. That's like the worst. Absolutely the worst. You're like, what a waste. Have you ever worked with somebody? I worked with people and then you'd first meet them and you're like, oh man, they're kind of pretty. And then they were super annoying or unkind or rude. And then like they didn't look as pretty. Has that ever happened to you? I'm not kidding you. I was like, they literally look different when their personality is sort of at like a 2 and they're like a 10. It almost like pulls them down. It's like, ugh. I gotta work with them today. You know what I mean? I worked with people like that in the past. I'm telling you. Personality, it matters. Goes a long way. Especially for all you uggos out there. I'm kidding. I mean, I'm not kidding. I'm really not. You've got to work. You got to work a little extra hard. We need 4 more members for 150, and I'll drop a 10 bomb. We need 2 more super chats to make confetti. We're supposed to be ending the stream now. You could extend. I'll give you guys a couple minutes because I haven't read through all of the questions. We've got one here from Citizen JV. What classic games do you think Sony could leverage for making in the future? Here's the thing. As far as classic games they could leverage in the future, I think people really overestimate. They really overestimate. And Jack Garland does it with the 5-bomb, 151. There we go. Keeping the stream alive. We'll go for another 15 or 20 minutes or so. He secured it for you. How much time is on the super chat? We've been streaming for 2.5 hours. Okay, there's still an hour left. I wish you could just make it indefinite. I think people super overestimate the power of some of those older titles. I mean it. I'm not talking. No. Here comes Ashen out of the woodwork. Praise the Sun, Bloodborne, all that. Yeah. Bloodborne doesn't apply in this conversation because that's not what people are thinking about. They're thinking about Ape Escape and Jak and Daxter. And listen, I'm here to tell you, I think people really overestimate the popularity of those games. Now, Infamous, I mean, maybe, but at that point, why would you just not make a new game that was like a spiritual successor to Infamous? Because if you call it Infamous, I don't know, no one's going to be like, oh yeah, that Infamous is hot. I just think some games are too far back there. Infamous would probably work. I will say that. I think it would. It's near enough that there'd be enough people. You start going back to Jak and Daxter and Ape Escape. I really just don't think so. I think that it would be fan service, but ultimately would not be revenue serving or community serving. I just don't think so. Bloodborne's a classic. I know it's a classic, Ashen, but every time this conversation comes up, people are like, Jak and Daxter, Ape Escape, SOCOM. And I'm like, no. Wasn't that what Second Son was? I don't even know. I'm so late to PlayStation. I don't know a lot of the timeline of the games back then because I'm a late arrival to PlayStation. Infamous Second Son is still one of my all-time faves. I would be totally open to that one because I remember watching my brother play it, and it certainly is more in the vein of the games that PlayStation makes now and the games that do so well. But I think people overestimate the popularity of something like Jak and Daxter or Ape Escape or something like that. I just don't think a remake or any of that would be. And if SOCOM were to come out, I think it would have to be very heavily PvE focused. I think they'd really have to take a page out of Helldiver's book. When we were debating this earlier, somebody was like, yeah, but Lono, they could do it with PvE and PvP. And I'm like, yes, they certainly could. Yes, they certainly could. But again, my contention is you go back too far, and a really large portion of the user base is going to be like, what's that? They're like, what's that? Track with me here. There are 20 plus million people that are in PS5 right now that didn't have a PlayStation 4. And you think a Jak and Daxter would crush it? I don't even think Ratchet and Clank did that well commercially. I think it did fine. But even as good as Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was, I even think that game is on the lower end of just popularity and revenue generation. And that's okay. It probably wasn't an enormous budget, and it's a great technical showcase of the PlayStation 5. But I'm here to tell you, you go back too far, and a huge percentage of the user base of PlayStation is going to go what the frick is that? It's like people that are like, we got to get Banjo-Kazooie. Everybody got mad when Aaron Greenberg allegedly said nobody cares about Banjo-Kazooie. He's right. No one cares about Banjo-Kazooie. You think if you make a Banjo-Kazooie next year, everybody's going to be like, I can't wait to play that Banjo-Kazooie. Nobody even knows what it is anymore. And the people that do, even they would be like, yeah, I don't Banjo-Kazooie, come on. And people think this is like sacrilege to say it, but it's true. And Hex is going to push us to the next goal with another 5-bomb. We had a 5-bomb train earlier. Let's see if we can get another one. That's 2 in a row. 1 from Jack and 1 from Hex. Thank you, Hex. Jack Garland and Hex teaming up. Had to get on the PC to gift. My man, thank you, Hex. You act like every title needs to be a banger? No, Robert. I didn't say that. That's not what I said. I said people overestimate the popularity of these games. They think that if like a Banjo-Kazooie came back or like a Jak and Daxter came back, it would be huge and awesome. And I'm like, no, I don't think so. I don't think they would do very well. I don't think that they would do very well. I'm not saying they need to be bangers, and since they're not going to be a banger, they're not worth doing. I'm saying I actually don't think they would perform well as far as revenue. I don't think so. Sifu is free on Epic today? Nice. Think about it like this, Robert. If you're going to go back and you're going to remake something, or you're going to leverage an old IP, or you're going to resurrect an IP, it has to be worth it. Why not just create something new? Do you see? Like, a perfect example is the situation with Turok. Instead of going back and like remaking or remastering some ancient old Turok, which I think they did that recently, and I don't think it did very well, they're making a brand new one. I'd be more open to that, but again, Turok's gameplay is far more adjacent to what we play now. It's a shooter, there's dinosaurs, there's monsters. It fits right in. Ratchet and Clank did it. Yeah, but like I was just saying, Dan, I don't think Ratchet and Clank did that well commercially. It did fine. So if Ratchet and Clank did it, and it like did okay, it did fine, it didn't do poorly. I'm not saying it did poorly, it did fine. What do you think the performance of like a Jak and Daxter would be? That was a remaster, not a remake. Oh, was the Turok thing a remaster thing? Yeah, I don't think it did very well. It didn't even look that great. Remasters of super old games never look that great. It's like it's a 20-year-old game that looks slightly better. Like I don't see the point ever. Once the game is so old, just remake it or don't bother. That's generally that's been my general policy. So yeah, I'm not saying they need to be bangers. I'm just saying if Ratchet and Clank were sort of the one that kind of pulled it off, what kind of a hope to something that would like maybe be even less popular or less well known? Rift Apart sold around 1 million copies in its first 6 months, right? And what I'm saying, Mandrew, is I think all these other titles like Jak and Daxter or like a Banjo-Kazooie's Xbox, but you get the point. I think they would actually end up being less. Uh-oh. JW, are you going to try to do it? He's going to try to do it. I forgot to pin the live show comment on my poll over here. Thank you for all the votes on the poll. What's your current feeling about the PS5 Pro? I just was curious where everybody was with it right now. I was just curious. What's your current feeling with the Pro? He says, I'm going to make my own confetti. There it is. Thank you, JW. I'm going to quickly reset it in case somebody swoops in and tries to steal it from you. 3 hours. I will gift 5 members. There we go. So this is the current poll. Go vote on it. Do you have one or want one? Do you not have one or don't you want one? Right? This is right down the middle. 10% are saying they need more PS5 Pro games to decide, and 14% undecided. So roughly 14% are like, I don't know. They're either undecided or they might need to see just more PS5 Pro games. I put Yote there because we don't know what Yote is going to do with the Pro just yet. But this is actually, I think, a decent breakdown of the audience here. About half got it or they want to get one. About half don't have it or they have no interest in one. And then about 14% are saying, you know what, I'm either undecided or I just need some more games to decide. I think that's fair. Now, when you guys do the super chat, you get me to add to the goal. All right, and I was making it be 10 super chats because really what we're doing is I'm taking, I'm taking the 25 and I'm turning around and I'm spending it. So I'm basically taking your super chats and giving it right back to the community. Okay, which is fine. But in the new year, I probably will bump that back up to 10 super chats. Because when 5 people do $5 super chats, that's $25. I'm taking that 25 and I'm just turning it right back around and spending it, which I am totally fine to do. We're celebrating 50K. We're celebrating the big week we had last week. But in the new year, I'm probably going to have to bump that back to 10. Or I think you can set it to where it's $5-10, but I don't want to do that. A lot of people do the $5 super chats, and I like them being able to celebrate. Anyway. All right. We will not be making a video for tomorrow. Yeah, because tomorrow's New Year's Day. So you guys can keep extending the stream if you want. The next extension would be at 200. I'd owe you guys 10 more members again. I'm doing 5 every 25 to end out the year. So I'd owe you 10 more members. Get all you're sitting out today. Yeah, it ends tomorrow. That's right. So we'll go for another 15 minutes. All right. And then if we hit 200, I'll let you extend again. I put the stream in your hands at this time of the day, and you guys have been awesome and generous, and you've continued to support it. Here's a question from Citizen JV. Do you think Doom: The Dark Ages will be like Doom Eternal in terms of gameplay? It's hard to know. Based on what we've seen so far from Doom: The Dark Ages, it feels like it's going to be a lot more verticality, agility, and aerial elements. So, because you're going to have, there's also going to be more of an element of melee, I think, as well, just with the way they're implementing the shield. So, to me, I think it looks great. I didn't feel like Doom Eternal was that much different than Doom 2016. Eternal just felt like an evolution of 2016. So I feel like this is just going to be one more step in that evolution, right? I don't necessarily think that it's going to be this huge departure, you know? I don't think you're going to boot up Doom: The Dark Ages and be like, man, this is just so much more different than all these other, you know what I mean? Than all these other games. I'm sorry, than these other Dooms. Like, I don't think you're going to boot up Doom: The Dark Ages and be like, this is so different than Doom Eternal and Doom 2016. It's probably going to feel like an evolution. A $2 super chat from the Your Band Ninja 21 says, I'd say make a new Jack game available on Switch. Yeah, maybe. Looking back, a few people thought Metaphor had a shot. Oh, yeah, Game of the Year. Sorry, Omar. And a $10 super chat from Street Shadow. I think Sony could make older IPs work by trying two things. License out the game to a third party, but it stays exclusive, and aim for Astro-like dev timeline. They're already doing this with Freedom Wars. The reason why I think that's a good idea, Street Shadow, is because one of the main reasons I've been somewhat opposed, the reason I've been somewhat opposed to some of this is I don't want, like, the Urban Ninja. Oh my gosh. The Urban Ninja. Without any capital letters, broke my freaking brain. I was like, I literally thought as I was reading it, it was going to be like the Your Band Ninja. The Urban Ninja. Jiminy Christmas. Lord bear me strength to read words well. The reason I've always been kind of opposed to this is I don't want Guerrilla going back and doing something that they kind of left behind. I don't want Insomniac or because, if they went back. I don't want Sucker Punch going back. So I like your suggestion about being like, well, let a third-party dev do it, keep it smaller, keep it more contained, so it almost guarantees you making some profit. And then you do, kind of as Herman Hulse said, like you're leveraging the old IP, but you're not having like Guerrilla or Insomniac or Sucker Punch going back. I don't want them doing that. I want them building the new stuff and the better stuff and not going back and like remaking. Now, people might be like, well, what about Naughty Dog? With they remade The Last of Us and all this. Those are very small, dedicated teams. Like, that didn't take away from mainstay development like Intergalactic or Last of Us Part 3. Alex says, thanks for the gifted membership. I was in Orlando when I saw the notification. Well, welcome on in, man. I'm glad you got one. Anybody who got a gifted membership today, or if you're currently on your own paid membership, make sure you're on Member Plus. It's $1 more, but it does get you into more content. Currently, we're trying to get this to 200 members. That can come from renewals, upgrades, or gifts, and then that can extend the show. I've started putting the show in your hands. You can take it longer than 3 hours. Usually I end before 3 hours. So right now you guys have 13 minutes if you want to extend the show. Street Shadow says, another point to my super chat is that licensing it out is only a project cost. You're not hiring those devs, salary, insurance, bonus. It's pure project cost to license it out. Well, and maybe publishing, Street Shadow. So licensing it out, and then maybe that developer would say, well, we need some publishing here. We need some marketing here. And JW says, let's get it going, boys. And he gets 5 and gets us to 166. JW, man, your generosity lately is greatly appreciated with the super chats and the confetti. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. We had a little 5 train going earlier, and JW's trying to start one. Did you hear about the Rivals nerfs if you play on lower FPS? No, it's not surprising. DPS in some games is linked to frames per second. That was a notorious thing that continued to show up in Destiny. It would make the game proc more damage if there were more frames. So lower frames, conversely, could potentially then lower your damage. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna have to untether the two somehow, or that'll be a problem for anybody that has any kind of frame dips or frame performance issues. And JW says, I'll do my own 5 gifted train, and he bumps the line to 171. Thank you, JW. This guy's out here high-fiving himself. I love it. He makes the confetti himself, and now he's doing his own 5-bomb gifted train. Somebody help him out, dude. Somebody step in the ring with my man JW. Did we forget the PlayStation leaks? They're cooking. Well, you may have missed some of my commentary on this earlier this morning. I think when Herman Hulse talked about how they're kind of all about leveraging inside and outside development right now. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he was even asked this question. He was asked about like, oh, how many games are your studios working on right now? And he's like, well, I don't know the exact number. But then he turns around and talks about how Ghosts of Yotei and Death Stranding 2 are 2 of the games coming next year to really add to their portfolio. I don't think he misspoke there. I think internally they view Death Stranding 2 as, when it's an exclusive and they're kind of partnered with Kojima and how they published the first one and all of that, I think they view Death Stranding 2 as like one of their games. I think we're getting that in Yotei next year. That's the 2. In their mind, that's their game. That's how Herman Hulse talked about it. I'm telling you, they have these relationships with companies that are like second party, and they view... he couldn't state the exact number. That's right. They view something like that as, that's our game. I wouldn't be surprised if they view Helldivers 2 as one of their games from their studios, even though they don't own Arrowhead. They own the IP. Basically, they're counting games that aren't theirs. I think they're counting games that they're close in partnership with or publishing, because to them, it's theirs. It's like, that's our game, man. We're paying for it. We're publishing it. We have exclusive rights to it for a certain amount of time. Whatever the case may be. I think Death Stranding 2 is going to land as a technical showcase of the PS5 and the PS5 Pro, especially the PS5 Pro next year. And that's why they're thinking of it as, no, that's ours. That's our game. Sure, it'll end up on PC and Xbox eventually, but from their perspective, the value add for PlayStation next year, they view Death Stranding 2 as one of those. Kojima's a backstabber, don't trust him? Well, why would you even say that? What has he done? This guy answered my poll about the PS5 Pro. Would rather get an Xbox Series X, more powerful, better resolution, more frames, and cheaper. Only downside, looks like a bread box. LOL. Objectively not true. PS5 Pro is stronger than the Xbox Series X. Stop listening to lying grifters. You gotta stop listening to the lying grifters out there, dude. You gotta stop listening to them. The Series X is not, it's objectively not stronger and not performing better than the Pro. It isn't. These guys are taking snippets of videos and running with absolute falsehood. Absolute falsehood. Series X, in like one snippet of a Digital Foundry breakdown, has a slightly, or it's close to the frame rate of the Pro. Like the Pro is like slightly better on frame rate, but they ignore the significant uptick in image quality. They just ignore that. It's like, you understand that Space Marine 2 on the Pro is like immaculate looking, but because on the Series X you're close in frame rate, that's all you're going to focus on. You're not going to focus on the fact that like the image quality is vastly improved and better on the Pro while maintaining 60. Remember when they said the S was more powerful than the PS5? It's just fan fiction. It's like, I don't get it. What do you gain? Like the guy that left that comment, I genuinely want to know. What do you gain from the dishonesty? You're not a YouTuber maintaining your audience, right? You're not like lying to your audience to keep them satiated so they keep watching your show, they keep watching your drivel. So that's not why you're lying. Why are you lying? What do you get out of it? JW says, who hears that? Chugga chugga choo choo. Hey man, JW's asking for a member train. Not me. JW's asking for it. Help him out. He's saying, who hears that? Somebody jump on with this man. There it is. There's another one. JW, you're crazy. 176. 176. I owe you guys 5 more members. We need 24 more to extend the stream. Thank you so much, JW. I wonder how long we could extend. We extended that one day, and Gambit Zero drops a 10 bomb and says, I'll help him out, and gets us all the way to 186. There it is. That's the tag team partner I want to see. I love it. Keep the members going. If you guys got a gifted member, make sure and say thank you to JW, Gambit Zero, and anybody else who gifted today. Is it dishonesty or incessant ignorance? I can't. I don't know. I really don't, Tommy. I don't. It's bewildering to me. Like, it's not like they show up and say, the Series X is good enough for me. I get good enough performance. The Pro is higher, but it's not worth me leaving behind my library and Game Pass. I would read that and be like, that's totally respectable. But when you're like, yeah, the Series X is stronger and runs games better. What the huh? Why even type it? Sony's a trash publisher? Their games get nominated basically every year. But sure, Jan. They're a trash publisher. And another 5 bomb comes in from JW. The responses to my poll are incredible. We're 9 away from 200. Why is there anybody here that thinks that PlayStation's a bad publisher? Why are they a bad publisher? Like, what's your measurement that brings you to that? Why would you think that? Their games are almost always nominated for awards. I'm not even telling you should be a fanboy, but can't you acknowledge they're a good publisher? Like, they publish really, really consistent quality games. I mean, we could go to Concord, one game that flopped and failed. And man, Herman Holst, I really do think that was some humble pie for him. He thought that stinking thing was going to be this big hit. I just got here, so Black Ops 6 is awesome on the Pro. The Digital Foundry breakdown, Wessimus Prime, is really, really impressive. They built proprietary tech for the Pro. It's called anti-lag VRR. That's going to help with like latency because it basically renders more frames and anticipates more frames than needed, so it helps with latency. Like, it's what they've done is impressive, and they've figured out the issue with PSSR in their game in particular. I don't think they published Foam Stars, did they? They might have, because that was a Square Enix game. I'm not sure who published that. Hex says, get us to 195 and I'll drop another 5-bomb. All right, Hex is throwing down the gauntlet. We need a couple of singles here. See if you guys can walk it up perfectly like Parcheesi, right? Who published Foam Stars? Foam Stars publisher. This says Square Enix published it. Developed by Toy Logic and Square Enix. Super Gaming's going to try to do it. He's going to try to do 4 singles. He does 2. There's a third. Wait. There we go. There's a third. And there's a VIP from Savage Shark Bite. That's 195. Pump the brakes. And there it is. Hex dunks it home to 200. And another one takes us to 205. Grumpy Exile bumps the line to 205. The YouTube app doesn't give me the option to upgrade my membership. You've got to do it on a web browser. You can do it on your phone, but you have to go like incognito and request the desktop site. It's a super annoying thing. We're trying to get 50 people to upgrade to Member Plus so we can hit 600. That's like our big milestone. Gifted members are wonderful, but we just absolutely need to grow the base of people paying for their own membership, and the app just makes it really, really frustrating. And another 5-bomb from JW. We have a full-on member train going right now, bumping us to 210. I'm going to stream for another, I don't even know. Let's go to, you guys just bumped it to 130. Another 15 minutes. You guys get that to 250. That's not hard. You guys are crushing it. I don't even know what to say. Every week. Don't forget Stone Spires. I got Stone Spires. Yeah. I did Supers, which was 2, and that got us to 193. Stone Spires bumped us to 194, and then Savage got us to 195, and then Hex got us to 200, and then we just got 2 more 5s, 210. He snuck one in. No, I added it. JW says, okay, I'm done. JW got his Christmas bonus. JW's tapping out. He needs somebody else to tag in. I thought it was a technologically illiterate, like a boomer for some reason. No, they literally, that's one of our biggest frustrations right now is it's a huge need. It's one of our big goals for next year is to grow the member base that's paying for their own members, and like YouTube just makes it really difficult. It's not easy. I've had people on Gifted members literally go in a browser and it won't let them upgrade. They're just like stuck on Gifted. It's like that should be one of the easiest things to do. It's like, hey, do you want to bump up? You can. And British says, I'll pick up the moniker. You can take a break, JW. And he bumps the line to 220. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Riddish. Riddish has been one of the more regular surprise bomb droppers in this community. Appreciate you, bro. JW says, have a great day. I've got to get back to work to make the money I just gifted. You're the best, J-Dub. You're the man, dude. Happily content with my OG PS5. Definitely followed the Xbox Series 1X with GPU upgrades, but no CPU upgrades. Just like the 1X, you feel like there's so much potential, but it never gets used, and these base models are the target. The Pro literally is the exact same thing, but for Sony this gen. Literally not true. Black Ops 6 just developed anti-lag VRR with Sony and made a breakthrough with PSSR. Like, that's literally not true. I don't understand. What is Rich Rod saying here about Kojima? He says, exactly, now Xbox has access to Decima. Kojima is a backstabber and a terrible person. Homie. Congrats on your 50K. It's well deserved. Thank you, SMS. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. Rich Rod with a single gifted bumps the line to 221. What you're saying doesn't make any sense. They sold him back the rights to the game knowing full well that could potentially happen. They gave the publishing rights on PC to 505. That brought Decima to PC. The Horizon's on PC. The Decima's, nobody's backstabbing anybody. You're completely, with all due respect, Rich Rod, you know I love you. You are really misfiring here. Kojima didn't backstab anybody. Decima got ported to PC by PlayStation. Happy New Year to Lono. To you, Lono, wishing you a successful 2025. Thank you so much, Rush. I appreciate that. Guys, take a quick second and smash the like button. We've extended the stream here. Well, let's keep it going with the likes as well. Let's try to get to 400 likes. Xbox doesn't have access to Decima? Yeah, just because the game is playable on Xbox doesn't mean like Xbox developers have access to Decima. That simply isn't true. Like, if Xbox wanted access to Decima, as far as like wanting to pick it apart and study the tech, it wouldn't be hard for them to do that. All they'd have to do is buy the game on PC. Yeah, AOZ saying Xbox doesn't have access to Decima. It has a Decima game. That's a big difference. Xbox getting Death Stranding does not mean that they have the base code for Decima. Yeah, they can't like boot up the engine and do anything with it or use it. I think Rich Rod, you've really misunderstood what happened. Like, I don't know if you watch like a Super Pro Pony channel that said that or somebody on Twitter, but that is absolutely not true. Kojima's not done any kind of a betrayal. Kojima and PlayStation have a great relationship. He was literally in a video with Herman Hulst last year to announce the one project. And I guarantee you, they have a really sweet deal for Death Stranding 2. I have zero doubt in my mind. PlayStation's promoting it way too much for there not to be some kind of a really nice deal there. Don't take Rich Rod too serious. He's here all the time. He's super faithful to the channel. And Kevin Mack jumps back in. Well, is that an upgrade? I'm going to check here. Let's see. Let's see if Kevin Mack figured out the upgrade process, because that Member Plus can be frustrating. Hang on, I got to refresh. Kevin, if that was an upgrade, it counts as 2. If it's a renewal, it counts as 1. Anytime somebody upgrades the Member Plus or VIP, I count it as 2. And he upgraded 0 days ago. I'm counting that as 2. That gets us to 223. And guys, double check your alerts too. If you have notification bell turned on, I've had a couple of people say they're not seeing my videos or getting notified. And then I had somebody leave a remark that theirs got switched to personalized instead of all. Periodically, you got to double check that. They would need access to development environments for Decima. That for sure. Deal exclusive is for a year. I think you're probably right, DJB. I think it'll probably land in the second half, and it's probably a whole year. So they get to market and showcase and show off Death Stranding 2 all year next year, and it's completely, totally associated with PlayStation. I'm a Reforge VIP. Yeah, Rich Rod's never come in here and been like trollish or whatever, or just saying things to get like a reaction, but I think he's misfiring a little bit on the Kojima situation. Happy New Year's, Reforge. Been a pleasure watching your channel for a few years now. Hope your holiday was epic. Thank you so much, DJ Craig. I appreciate that, dude. Everybody that made 50K possible, thank you. And we only got 3 more likes. Guys, double check that you've done a like. Double check that you've done a like on the video. I know we've lost a lot of people because it's the end of the day, and that's fine. That's totally normal. But make sure it's saving your like. We could probably get close to 400. Summer Game Fest. Oh, you mean like Death Stranding will show up big at Summer Game Fest? Yeah, maybe. Kojima and Herman were partying at Gamescom together. Corey says, even if they had full access to Decima, they cannot do anything with it without licensing the engine. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. Like, I actually would be okay with them licensing out Decima because I think Decima is such a good engine. I would be fully in support of that. Mark Cerny also made Death Stranding, so most likely still has a say in it. Yeah, they undoubtedly have a very sweet deal going. I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised if there is pretty significant PS5 Pro enhancements for it as well. Wouldn't surprise me in the least. Wouldn't. We have almost 1,000 votes on that poll on the channel, guys. Make sure and go leave a vote. There we go. There the like count got bumped a little bit. Thank you guys so much. A sunset clause in your own agreement is treating a creator fairly and giving them a chance to own what they created. I don't know if people realize how often creators get screwed over. Right. I think the relationship between PlayStation and Kojima is exactly that. The fact that they sold the rights to the game back to him, I don't think you guys realize what that means. Kojima is a fixture in the gaming market. He's very, very, very good to work with. The fact that they sold the rights of Death Stranding back to him, I think that's a huge, huge win and a really, really good play by PlayStation. It landing on Xbox is not at all. That is not a big deal at all. Not even remotely a big deal. I'm not concerned in the least that that's happening. Let more people play the game. Who cares? It's not a PlayStation first party studio. And so it's not like suddenly seeing a first party, tentpole banner carrying game land on Xbox. That's not what happened with Death Stranding. And timed exclusivity. I'm telling you guys, I've said this a lot. I think one of the themes going forward is that you're going to see a ton of timed exclusivity. I think that's going to be a huge, huge theme. That is going to be a huge, huge theme going forward, especially for PlayStation. I think you're going to see ones that are inadvertent. I think you're going to see ones that are inadvertent, like what happened with Wukong. Your stream has a separate notification bell to uploaded videos. Each stream I have to set notify without personalizing. You should just be able to click the bell, though, and say that you want to get all my notifications, and you should get notified for every live stream. That should totally happen. That you shouldn't have to check it every time for a live stream. The era of timed exclusives. Yeah. I also think, and I kind of extrapolated this from Herman Holst's comments in the one interview, I think they're just going to continue to lean on second and third party. I don't think they feel any pressure to put out more than two first party games a year. I mean it. And the way he's talking about Death Stranding 2, I mean this. I think that's your 2 games next year. I think we're getting Ghosts of Yotei, and I think we're getting Death Stranding 2, and that's it. He considers those the 2 games from PlayStation next year. Everything else will be second or third party. Baldur's Gate 3 was also one. Wukong still timed. Yeah, we still don't have a release date for Xbox. Now, again, I ranted and raved about that earlier today. Talking about how, well, we can't bring it to Xbox until it's to our standards for optimization. Their standards for optimization on consoles pretty dadgum poor because of how it was built for PS5. The Xbox guys are better off, in my opinion, because you'd have bought it and you'd be facing the same issues, be facing the same issues that we're facing right now on the PlayStation. No Wolverine? No. This is all I'll say. If we're going to get another first-party game next year, like Wolverine or Intergalactic or anything like that, it'll be a surprise at the summer. It'll be a surprise in the summer. I don't think it'll be Wolverine. It'll be something else. It'll be maybe something from Bend, like whatever they're working on. What happened to Wolverine? I don't think anything happened to it. I think people looked at Insomniac's cadence of games and they straight up got lulled into a false confidence because you got Spider-Man, then you got Miles, then you got Spider-Man 2, and in the midst of all that, you also got Ratchet and Clank. And I remember having this debate with people. And they were saying that they thought Wolverine was coming like this year or next year. And I was like, no. And they pointed to the cadence of games from Insomniac. And I'm like, I don't think you realize. I really, really don't. I don't think you realize the reason you were able to get Miles and Spider-Man 2 in such close succession is because of how much it was able to lean on what was already built in Spider-Man 1. So I do not think they were just going to like whip up Wolverine in a couple of years. So that's why I don't think Wolverine shows up until 2026. I'll tell you this much. I could see a surprise $40 Venom game next year in the vein of a Miles Morales. $40, it's in the city, you play as Venom. I could see that, but I don't think we're getting Wolverine next year. Insomniac has clearly signaled that they're not doing DLC in Spider-Man 2, so maybe they realized it's far better to build something like Venom. I'm sorry, it's far better for them to build something like Miles Morales. They'll make more money. It'll be more profitable. So I could see a surprise $40 Venom game next year, but not Wolverine. No. Wolverine's going to be a mainstay big $70 game from Insomniac, and they're going to shoot for it to be, I would think, at the scope, level, size, depth, and quality of their Spider-Man games. So that was in the leaks. A lot of people think that the Venom game got canceled, but I don't know. I think it was a DLC that grew into a $40 game, if you want my honest opinion. Glassdoor Gamer with a $2 super chat. Do you see Xbox going full third party in 2025? I believe they already are full third party. They just haven't put all the cards on the table yet. It's a poker game where they're going to lay down all the cards and it's going to say third party. They just haven't laid the cards down yet. They already are third party. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember this video? Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. In November of 2023, I did a stream, and it was called Xbox. Is Xbox becoming a publisher? As in third party. Like, are they going third party? You guys remember this? In November. Oh, I can't get it to just do the thumbnail. Hang on. Let me see if I can just get the thumbnail to show. Can't do it. Right here is a live stream that I did. Is Xbox becoming a publisher? Phil Spencer interview. I streamed this 1 year ago. So this is November the 7th of 2023. All right. The latest Phil Spencer interview seems to point more and more to the evolution of the Xbox platform. He refers to Xbox as a community, even with respect to PlayStation and Nintendo and other devices. It seems as though the ecosystem evolution of Xbox Game Pass may look more like a video game publisher than we initially thought. The level of hate and attack that I got for that stream 1 year ago was ridiculous. It was like, I'm just reading what the man said, and I'm like, I feel like they're going third party, man. I feel like they're becoming more of a publisher than a platform. People are like, they already are a publisher, you idiot. It's like, oh my gosh. As in, they'll no longer really be considered a platform. They'll be considered a publisher like EA. So when you ask me, are they going third party in 2025? They already are. All you have to do is listen to the Xbox insiders who have said exclusives are a thing of the past. Everything's going either day and date or staggered. I got to tell you, that's third-party publisher at that point. That's what you're doing. There's nothing else to call it. There's nothing else to call it. That stream's aging well. A lot of those streams back then are aging well. Tommy, do you remember when the CFO came out and spoke? Do you remember the hate I got for that? Why? Because Phil Spencer did that interview with Windows Central. By the way, Lono, is the chat so far forwards from your live stream? Because I could ask you something and then you begin to read it 4 to 5 minutes later. You're not watching the live stream then. You need to refresh. You've buffered a bunch and you're like minutes behind. I'm responding to you almost instantly. I'm not waiting 5 minutes to respond to you. You're just not watching the live stream. All right, what should we do here? The question queue is empty, and I'll give you guys 11 minutes. I'll give you 11 minutes. We'll go to 145. If you guys get us to 250, we'll extend again. We'll just keep going. We'll just keep going. You guys could do it again. We need 27. We need 2 more to hit 25, and then I would owe you guys some more members. Thank you, everybody. Test response time. I waited a couple of seconds before reading that one, Hilly. He'll find out in 5 minutes. Yeah, he'll find out in 5 minutes. A 5-minute stream delay? Yeah. He just might not watch live streams enough to know that periodically you have to double check that you're actually not buffered or behind, that you're watching live, for sure. If you guys want to submit questions, you can do that now. The question queue has been completely cleared and reset. 31 seconds. That's not too bad. It'll keep going until the ball drops. I don't really have to book much of a show tomorrow. I mean, obviously, we can quasi-book a show. You guys want to extend streams as long as you can, I won't stop you. On days like today where I don't have to, make an upload, you guys can keep extending the stream. You guys keep running the member trains and being generous to the channel. I'll just keep going. It's up to you. I think that's been fun. We've done that a couple of days, and it's been a dadgum blast. So sometimes it's nice not to just immediately run to writers. Good time for a PSA. If you put the stream on 2 times speed, you'll catch up. Yeah, you can always put the stream on 2 times, so if you ever fall behind, it'll automatically catch you back up, for sure. And 2 times Lono is the best Lono. That's right. You don't have to miss parts of the stream. Yeah, 1.5 or 2 times to catch up. That's right, Robert. Yeah. Insider Gaming's putting out the eight biggest Xbox games coming in 2025. They did one already for PlayStation. They have Avowed, South of Midnight, Fable. I think Fable gets delayed. Why are they saying Gears of War E-Day? Not much else is known about the game's features, but that should be coming over the coming months. It hasn't been confirmed for a 2025 release, but the latest rumors are pointing to the possibility. This is one Xbox exclusive, however, that could come out in 2026. Yeah, I don't think Gears of War is coming next year. I don't think so. Like, they just announced it. That would be, I don't know. It'd be awesome if it does. I ain't gonna complain. Those guys make good stuff. Doom: The Dark Ages, Outer Worlds 2. They got Borderlands 4 and GTA 6 in here. Those aren't Xbox games, but those are games for Xbox. I think that's fair. I think their PlayStation list. Excuse me. A $5 super chat from Glassdoor Gamer says, what's your percentage that GTA 6 has issues on the Xbox Series X or S Day 1, particularly the S, when the game is released? It's another trick to stay on Game Pass. They're saying Clockwork is coming? Who's saying Clockwork is coming? You guys got 8 minutes to extend the stream. Glassdoor does a super chat asking about Series S and GTA 6. I'm gonna be real with you, Glassdoor. It doesn't matter if it is... It does not matter if it's GTA 6 or any other game, okay? Going forward, it's going to be blatantly obvious. It's going to be blatantly obvious. Every big game is going to have issues on Series S. It just will. Every major big third-party game, if they're pushing graphics, if they're pushing fidelity, if they're pushing size of the game, it's going to have issues on Series S. It just will. That thing is an albatross. It's a huge mistake. It was an enormous mistake and a big miscalculation on Xbox's part. And I said it a couple years ago, and it's never been more true that it's a self-made Trojan horse. When you've got games literally coming to your platform late or skipping your platform, you know, you got Game of the Year nominated games that are coming to your platform late or don't even have confirmed release dates yet. Happened with Baldur's Gate 3, happened again this year with Black Myth Wukong, Game of the Year nominated game. So I don't think that's going to change anytime soon. Haven't they learned the lesson trusting the Xbox roadmap? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. And here's what gets weird about the roadmaps, FCAT, is you got guys out here that'll like make their own roadmaps and put them on Twitter, and I'm like, why are you putting games like that on there? Why are you putting Clockwork on there? Why are you putting Gears of War? I remember last year people were doing that with Tsushima. I'm not Tsushima. People were doing that with Hellblade 2. And then this year, people were doing it with Fable. I'm like, what are y'all doing? Like, they've never said these games are coming. They're like, yo, Xbox cooking. Next year about to be the biggest year for Xbox. I'm like, why are you putting games on the list that they have not said are coming out in 2025? Why? They actually have a lot of reasons to bump Fable. I do. I think Fable could get bumped because of its size, its aspirations, its ambitions. You got Avowed, you got Doom: The Dark Ages, you got South of Midnight, you got The Outer Worlds 2. Potentially, you got those other ones that are supposed to come out, like 33 Immortals and Towerborn, like, you know, smaller, more indie AA style games, but which is a joke that was ever included in the marketing to begin with, because Towerborn's going to be a free-to-play game, and 33 Immortals didn't come out this year and hit Game Pass like it was supposed to, and it's not coming day and date to Game Pass. It's going into early access on Game Pass, which is not a day and date release. It's a game preview. So they've got a very good cadence this year. You could see there's no reason for them to be like, well, yeah, let's also launch Gears of War. Let's also launch Clockwork. Let's also launch this. Gut feeling GTA 6 gets delayed because of the Series S? No. They would ship the game. They would likely want to just ship the game. there's not enough Series S's in circulation for them to make that kind of a decision. Other than said Fable was winter 2025. They've never designated a time. They just said 2025. I think it slips. I think it gets delayed, personally. We got a question from Zinthos. You guys got 4 minutes. If you want to extend the stream, we need 27 more members to do it. You need 2 more to get to 225 to make me owe you more members. And Zinthos says, if Sony was looking into purchasing IPs from Ubisoft, which IPs would be in their best interest? Assassin's Creed. No hesitation in my answer. AC is the best fit. Especially because they could really task the devs to take it in a route to distance itself from Ghost of Yotei. And be, rather unique. For Honor could be good, especially if they want a live service game kind of in the vein of their style of games. I don't know how successful For Honor has been. Shout out to whoever said put the stream on 2 times to catch up. Please tell me how the Series S can be more powerful than the Series X, the latest Series S. I'm not sure what you're saying. Watch Dogs. Splinter Cell would be a better fit than Watch Dogs, I think. Assassin's Creed and Splinter Cell are probably your best matches. Yeah. Oh, and The Division. Yeah, I think The Division would be a great fit, especially if you want that live service. If you want that live service, The Division would be a very, very good fit. All right, 3 minutes. Doesn't look like we're going to get it. I'm going to get ready to schedule the writer's room. You're going to need one of the big boys to save y'all's bacon. Or the New Year's Eve day moves to writer's room. All right, I'm ready. And I'll set it for, 1:45. As a publisher, it's in Microsoft's best interest to publish multiple games per year, especially since they are not going to be wholly supported by the console marketplace. Well, I mean, obviously everything's changed, so maybe I'm making the mistake of going off of Phil Spencer's previous words about wanting 1 game per quarter, that quality for Game Pass. I mean, it's one of the reasons we know they delayed Avowed for Game Pass. They did it for themselves. They didn't do it for the users. They didn't do it for quality. They did it for Game Pass cadence. So if they're willing to bump Avowed, I'm just applying logic here to I'm not hating or bashing. They basically were willing to delay Avowed so it wasn't on top of Indiana Jones and Stalker 2, and they did it for cadence for Game Pass. They could very easily do the same thing. And Gambit Zero says, I believe in miracles, and he gets us started with a 5-bomb and gets us to 228. 228. You guys have 2 minutes. I'll give you a little bit more. I'll give you 3. Gambit Zero's trying. I don't want to have his efforts go wasted. Thank you, Gambit Zero. You the man. Thank you, everybody who's hit like as well. 340 likes. That's a great, great count today. It was a little lighter turnout, which is understandable. It's New Year's Eve, and we still had a great, great show. So thank you, everybody who continues to support the show. I am always a little hesitant to do shows before and after, holidays, but you guys have really shown both last week and this week that there's just such a loyal base of people here, and I appreciate it. So yeah, they've already proven that they'll delay games so that they can maintain good cadence of Game Pass. So they're not going to be like, well, we already have Avowed and Doom the Dark Ages and South of Midnight and Outer Worlds 2. Let's also launch Fable and Clockwork and Gears of War and you know what I'm saying? People that thought that like, oh yeah, State of Decay 3 and Perfect Dark. Homie, you ain't getting 9 or 10 games from Xbox every year. I just don't think so. They're still bumping things for Game Pass. They did it just this year. Do you think Avowed or Shadows will delay again? I certainly hope not. For AC Shadows, I don't care about Avowed. I'm not going to play it. It's 30 FPS on console. Zero interest in having to get another game on PC just to get 60 FPS. All right, I owe you guys 5 members. I owe you 5 members, and you got 5 minutes. I'll give you 5. I'll give you 5 minutes to get 22. I don't know if you guys can bat signal the big boys. It might be Today might be a wrap. It might be time to go to writer's room. You're still worried about Avowed? I just have zero interest in playing another game where just to get 60 FPS, I've got to go to PC. I'm just not going to do that. I was playing Plague Tale Requiem last night on my Pro. I can't believe they shipped that game at 30. It's just embarrassing. It is beautiful. And a single comes in from Gambit. We might get a 20 bomb setup here. He bumps the line to 229. Thank you much, Gambit. I can't believe they shipped that game at 30. It's gorgeous, and it runs like rock solid 60. Now, I need to get... I just got to the town in the beginning, and I need to walk around the town. That was one of the worst spots. And Gambit Zero does it. He's out here pulling a stone spire. He's fishing. He's fishing for a big bomb to 250. I've not committed any crimes on Hugo yet. It had 40 FPS. Yeah. It looks gorgeous, and it's rock solid 60. Just kidding, Hugo. Mike on the mic gifts a member and says, let's keep it going, boys. Many hands make light work. Thank you, Mike on the mic. I agree. They definitely don't want to release 9 first-party games in 1 year, but I think 3 or 4 per year as a third-party publisher is not out of the question. Right, but listen to what I listed, Corey. Listen, Avowed is confirmed. South of Midnight is confirmed. Doom the Dark Ages is confirmed. Outer Worlds 2 is confirmed. Fable hasn't given us a date, but it's also supposed to be coming as well. I think they shrink this to 4. I think Fable gets bumped. Lono, if games get delayed, would you do a top 10 delayed games that we were hoping for? I don't know if I would do a top 10 delayed games video. There's not a lot of value to that. It doesn't give value to the viewer. Like, here are a bunch of delayed games. Like, oh, it's almost like, yeah, okay. Once you know they're delayed, there's not much else to say. Does that make sense? It's hard to add commentary to a delayed announcement. We don't really typically do an upload or a video about delays, because it's like it got delayed. And then the response is typically, okay, Avowed is 30 FPS on console. Yes. Yes. They've said it. New Year's resolution in gaming? I don't know. You guys got 2 minutes to get 19 members. We'll see if it happens. If not, I'm going to push the button and schedule Writer's Room. We're going to get out of here. You guys have been extending the streams so much lately. It's just, you guys have just been so generous. It's been really fun. I really mean it. Going for 3, 4, and sometimes 5 hours. I mean, we went for 10 hours the other day because you guys just wouldn't quit. It's just been incredible. Thank you for all of the support. Whether you're hitting the like button or the gifted button or you're upgrading. Right now, double check that you don't have a celebration of a renewal or an upgrade to do. That helps as well. I mean, to people who don't tune into the gaming world as much as gamers do, in general, I don't have any desire to make videos about delays. I don't really have a desire to make list videos anyway. They don't perform all that well for us. Our best videos are opinion. Listing a bunch of games is fun. I enjoy it. I feel like it's like, here are my favorite games from, 2024, and here are the top games of 2025. Those videos did fine. Like, they definitely turned around, but we don't get the greatest response from the audience to those videos. And that's because I think they're just sort of like, it's not opinion. So it's just kind of like, okay, thanks for that list of games. And then people move on, or they don't click in general. They kind of, a lot of people knew what my top games of the year were going to be. And a lot of people knew what my top games for next year were going to be. So they're just not interested. They're like, yeah, we kind of know what he's going to say. Opinion's a little bit different. It's like, oh, wow, what's he saying? Why is he saying that? I think that's just better for, spurring on discussion and being an enjoyable piece of entertainment. So, your top 10 games or most anticipated games are always great listens. I wish the sub base agreed with you, MTO. We've gotten very tepid responses to those videos again. And I think it's because the super loyal subs, they kind of know what I'm going to say. So they're like, yeah, I don't need to click. So you guys, as a sub base, tend to respond the most to opinion. Yeah. I prefer those over Bungie videos. We've almost done... How many Bungie videos have we done? All right, I gave you guys a stay of execution. It's 1:51. We got to go. We got to go to the writer's room. How many Bungie uploads have we actually done? 3. Over the course of this entire year. We did 2 of them in August, and then we did 1 in October. So, we definitely didn't oversaturate with Bungie this year. So, the trouble with list videos is there's no urgency in my mind. I always think I'll check it out later. That's a fair made point, Hilly. You're right. It's not like time sensitive or like it doesn't really create a mystery gap of like, ooh, I wonder what he picked, because it's like, oh, I can watch that later. No, that's a fair made point for sure. So, all right, hang on. I got to schedule writer's room. You guys got close. It was a valiant effort. Thank you very much to Gambit Zero. He tried to throw up a Hail Mary. I'll give you until his 5-bomb disappears at the top of the chat, and then I'm going to take us over to the writer's room. I'll schedule it for 2 o'clock. I always like to kind of help and honor the people that tried. I never like doing that. It's like, well, somebody tried to get us there. Time to go. That always feels like really unfair. So I'll give you until his drops off the top of the chat. It's almost gone. It's like a little timer that drains on the gifted. This whole time while working, says Shay Allen, I never had my gifts allowed. I just turned them on. Let's see if they work this week. Well, there you go. There's a perfect reason to scramble, boys. Yeah, for some reason, Shay Allen, we've had a couple of people make that discovery that they didn't have gifted enabling. I'm not sure what happened. I also had some people say that their notifications got switched to personalized and then they weren't getting notified. You know what I mean? They weren't getting notified. It like switched their notifications to personalized. I don't know why those sorts of things happen. One of these days, we're going to hold you hostage by buying members, especially with 100,000 subs. Hey, man. Today's the day to do it. I do not have to book an upload. I mean, we'll probably grab a couple of stories and see if tomorrow there's a show warranted, you know. If not, we may boot up tomorrow and do, like, a members just New Year hangout or something. So... you just changed that as well. Yeah, notifications got fiddled with. And I can always tell when that happens because I'll have all these people come in and they're like, hey man, I didn't get notified about your video. I didn't see your video. And I'm like, I'm not doing anything different. YouTube must have done something. It happens at a pretty regular, on a regular clip, a regular basis. And JC gifts a member and says, it's not over till it's over, and bumps the line to 232. 18 more members. I gave you guys a little extra time because of Gambit. You got 6 minutes. Zubair says it happens because YouTube is getting like 1 billion terabytes of data uploaded to it every second. Even Space Magic has limits. This is true. Your notifications were on personalized too. Yeah, I'm just going to keep telling people, hey, we'll continue to make that PSA, especially going into the new year. It went to Shay Allen. There it is. JC calls his shots. There it is. You gaming after this? Maybe if we get done with Writer's Room. I mean, I'm giving you guys 5 more minutes. You can keep extending. We need 18 more to get to 250. You do that, I'll give you. Anytime you guys do that, I give you another 30 minutes every milestone. Let's just go. I don't know. You're either gonna need to band together or calling a big boy. I was wanting to be fair to Gambit. He tried to get a member train started. We've peaked. Let's just shut down for the year. We've peaked. We called our shots and got Shay Allen. That's right. Did you see Rockstar posted on Instagram today? They removed a post to keep it at 27 again. Surely they're getting something. They're hinting at something February 27th. It's the day before February. It's the day before their February earnings call. Gaming after this? Yeah, maybe. Will you wear wigs? Lono, I just checked my email. I have won the postcode lottery twice, and my church newsletter is here, but alas, no response from my GTA email. I ran out of money due to Friday. You guys went crazy. I just always give you the opportunity to keep it going, because you guys have been awesome about that lately. It's been really fun. Like, we used to just bail at like 2.5 hours or 3 hours. But you guys have been awesome. And then honestly, the streams do well. And a 20 bomb from Gambit. 0. He says, fine, I'll do it myself. He buys a big stay of execution for you all. I better go change the time on Writer's Room. He's done it. He's freaking done it. He's like, I'll do it myself, you sons of guns. Bumps it all the way. We got another 30 minutes. I'll tell you what. The question queue is clear. Let me clear the question queue again. All right. You guys can now treat this. And Stone Spire gifts another one to get us a 253. Listen, you guys can treat this more. He says, I'm done, y'all. Yeah, Gambit's tapping out. JW tapped out. Gambit's tapping out. Somebody's going to have to tap back in. Stone Spire wants another 20 bomb. He's going to bump this to 255. He's going to bump it to 254. He's going to do one more. He's going to bump this to 255. He wants that daisy chain 20 bomb all the way to 275. And then I will owe you 10 members. This is great for the channel, but I like Writer's Room. You guys can treat the next 30 minutes. You've earned yourself an AMA. Let's just do it. You don't have to ask me questions about gaming. You can ask me entertainment questions, personal questions. It doesn't matter. We've gone so far. We've gone so long. You know, we're down to about 300 viewers, which is totally fine, especially for a dadgum holiday. So you guys can now use the question command as members. You just treat this as an AMA, all right? But, hey, Doomer Dan jumps in with a member plus. Thank you so much for doing that. Holy, I count those as double, by the way. That bumps us to 257. If you upgrade to Member Plus or VIP, or if you sign up brand new to Member Plus or VIP, I always count those as doubles. Welcome in, Doomer Dan. And in the end, does it even matter? There it is. So, you guys can submit questions. Treat this as an AMA. I Am Melee renews their VIP. Member Pluses and VIP renewals bump the line as well, so thank you. I do have to take a quick break. I've been sitting here in the chair for almost 4 hours, okay? This is the only time I hit ads. I'll be right back. Smash the like button. Submit your questions. And I'll be right back. I'll take your questions. Treat it as an AMA. We've already got 3 questions in the queue. Keep it going. I'll be right back. I'm back. Let me pull up your questions. Oh, my phone is loud. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Whew. Let's pull up these questions. You guys didn't do any... Okay. Let me pull up the questions. I want to make sure if anybody super chatted or remembered while I was gone. All right. Here we go. This is for you. This is your time. Not my time. It's your time. Okay. Johnny Williams, you're a member. You should submit your question with the question command so I can pull it up like this, okay? That way you get put into the queue and you don't get ignored. My thoughts on Jason playing Lobo, Jason Momoa. I love Jason Momoa. I'm glad he's going to be included in DCU. I've got a huge man crush on him. Him and Henry Cavill. Okay. Gaza says, Lono, knowing what games are coming out in 2025, what game are you expecting to be game of the year? GTA 6 not included. Also, your coffee has gone again. Oh, whoops. My producer probably appreciates you doing that. Yeah. There we go. Reforge Roast is the cheapest it's ever been. So are our bundles. Nightbot stinking cooldown. Yeah. The cooldown sometimes gets it. Okay, so what do I think is game of the year if we don't talk GTA 6? Okay, let me think. Yote could be a front runner. Doom the Dark Ages could be a front runner. Death Stranding 2, a very likely front runner. I don't know. After that, it's hard. It's really, really hard to know. Let me go look at my list. Of games. Hang on. So, Expedition 33. Death Stranding 2, I already said. South of Midnight, probably not going to be a Game of the Year contender. Mafia the Old Country, member? I'm sorry, maybe? Yo, Tycho with the Member Plus, is that an upgrade is the question. Is that an upgrade? That's the question. Let me see. Did you upgrade today, Tycho? If you did, that counts as 2. Let's double check here and look on the back end. Upgraded 0 days. Thank you so much. That counts as 2. Oh, that perfectly rounds us out to 260. You guys are 40 away from another stream extension. You just recently we are at 554. That's the most Member Plus and aboves that we've ever had. Yeah, Mafia the Old Country could be a Game of the Year contender. It could. A Nintendo game. Right? If the Nintendo Switch 2 lands and you get some killer Mario game or killer Zelda, I don't know. Those are probably all of your potentials. Whether it's Ghost of Yote, Doom, Death Stranding 2, Mafia the Old Country, anything from Nintendo. Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Jiminy Christmas. Like, those are all games that could 100% come in and just absolutely destroy. Mafia's a sleeper. Yeah, that Mafia game really, really got my attention during the Game Awards. Looks so good. I'll be cheering for Ghost of Yote since Tsushima lost to The Last of Us Part 2. I'll be out there cheering for my girl Yote, all right? Well, that's not her name, but the game. Rush with a question says, what bands do you listen to? This is a great question. Usually I rotate between the Foo Fighters. They're like my favorite rock band. I also really like bands like Explosions in the Sky, Moonlit Sailor, for instrumental stuff. Moonlit Sailor introduced me to a bunch of other bands as well. Lately, I can always go back to, which I tried Sleep Token and I couldn't get into them, guys. Sorry, I tried. The Dangerous Summer has an album that I can always go back to. Their latest album, Gravity, is pretty good, but I always go back to their self-titled album from 2018. I can just listen to that almost entire thing. Another great instrumental band is The End of the Ocean. I really like them. Let's see. When I'm with the kiddos, we do listen to some of the more Christian stuff like Brandon Lake, Phil Wickham, King and Country. They get rotated in. If you haven't been listening to Steven Wilson Jr., then what the frick is wrong with you? He is one of the best songwriters, probably he's probably one of the best songwriters out right now, Steven Wilson Jr. He's just absolutely phenomenal. So, yeah, I couldn't get into Sleep Token. Couldn't. Yeah. Any other house heads out there? Yeah, not me. No. Jeremy Camp and Mercy Me. Yeah, my daughter likes some of the songs from Mercy Me. Yeah. Yeah, some vocalists I can't really get into. A friend of mine, we were looking for good Christmas music. No Jelly Roll? No. Yeah, I like some of Day to Remember stuff. I do. We always tell our kids to take care of their teeth or they're going to end up with teeth like Jelly Roll, and and that it scares them into brushing their teeth. I guess that my wife showed them a picture once. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So I was asking my friends for Christmas albums to listen to, and one of them recommended Michael W. Smith. And I remember I used to listen to his stuff all the time when I was a kid, and certain voices are they're either too trebly or overproduced, and I can't do it. Yeah, every once in a while Biffy will get thrown back into the mix. Yeah. Their one album is the only one that I typically enjoy almost all the way through. Let's see if I can. Is it called Opposites? Opposites is their one album that I feel like I can kind of always come back to and just listen to it beginning to end. It looks like they released something that I haven't listened to. Ellipsis might have been their last album that I checked out that was new. They have A Celebration of Endings. I don't know if I listened to that, but then they have The Myth of the Happily Ever After. See, it's hard for me to put Biffy into rotation because of so many of their songs are explicit. Lono, if you like instrumental metal, you should listen to Animals as Leaders. I don't like instrumental metal. I don't. I like instrumental prog rock like Explosions in the Sky, Moonlit Sailor, Caspian, The End of the Ocean. What's the one that my son and I found that we really liked? Something about Empire. Collapse Under the Empire. Oh my gosh. Their one album, Everything We Will Leave Beyond Us, Arc of the Horizon, is a ridiculously good song. Yeah. Collapse. What did I say? Collapse of the Empire? I always forget their stinking name. Collapse Under the Empire. Yeah. They're good. All right, let's take another question here. Mick Dionne says, will you introduce your kiddos to Star Wars with Skeleton Crew? No. They already are very, very familiar with Star Wars. They are. You ever go down the Devin Townsend rabbit hole? I love Kingdom and Grace. Every other song by him I don't like, and I can't put my finger on why. Kingdom is perfect. Grace is very good. Everything else is just not for me. We are going to introduce my kids to Star Wars. They're already very familiar with Star Wars. So some of the big surprises and reveals aren't even going to land on them, but we're going to let them see the Star Wars movies once we get into the new year. We're going to go 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. And then I would probably let them watch something like Skeleton Crew after that. I would like for them to be kind of gone through the actual movies before we, get into stuff like Skeleton Crew. Yeah. If you're listening to Michael Bublé, my wife really likes his Christmas album. Yeah. My kiddos like his Christmas album as well. I used to listen to music while I work, but now you stay live so long I listen to you all day. Yeah, I've replaced your music. There you go. Lance says, there's an acoustic cover artist for Tool, prog rock, have a ton of stuff on YouTube, and Ernesto Snack. Tool might not be up your alley, but they're acoustic non-vocal cover. I don't know. I don't know if I would want acoustic. Like, I'm very particular about that sort of thing. What are they saying here in this tweet about, that'll really change the arc of the character in that. Happy New Year's, Helldivers. To celebrate, everyone has been provided with 1 minute of additional leisure time. They're funny over there. Xbox Game Pass in 2025. Okay, Towerborn is not needed for Game Pass. It's a free-to-play game, so stop putting that on lists. It's dishonest and misleading. Avowed, Doom, Fable, South of Midnight, Outer Worlds 2. Yeah, stop putting Towerborn on your lists. It's dishonest. It is going to launch as a free-to-play game. You do not need Game Pass to play it. MTO. I don't know if I want to answer this question. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's fine. I'll answer it. MTO says, why do you get compared to DSP or Darkside Phil so much? I don't get the comparison. DSP shames viewers so much as far as money goes. I mean, in general, I think once you get labeled as something, people don't care if it's accurate or not. So he has been historically labeled an e-beggar, and so he'll like complain if he's not getting enough, or like he'll give his audience grief if he's not getting enough. There's all these clips floating around, right? So he gets labeled an e-beggar. I lost everything 4 years ago and had to start over, and I've always been very transparent with the audience, where I am not a full-time YouTuber because of the size of my channel or because of the ad revenue that I get from my uploads or my live streams. I'm literally only able to do this because people support me directly. We basically had to completely rebuild a business, and the only way to do it was just to be transparent and honest with people. Like, I can't do this if we don't have members. It just quite literally isn't possible. Now, people unfamiliar with my story, they see that, and obviously we live in a day and age where you clip something and you interpret it in the absolute most negative way possible. So a bunch of people unfamiliar with who I was and where I came from saw clips or saw how I ran the show, and they were like, well, he's an e-beggar. And it's like, well, no. I have a very generous audience that stepped in as soon as gifted memberships became a thing, and they said, we're going to support what you do. We don't want this show to go away, because we quite literally had to start over. I had to start my career over twice because of, bans from companies, unjust bans from companies, whether it was banned from Twitch or banned from Destiny, right? And so I also don't just sit here and say, give me money. I say, hey, if we do this, I'll do this thing. Hey, if we hit this, I'll do this thing. And a lot of the people who call me an e-beggar, I create more content in a week than they do in a month. I create more content for members in a week than they do in a month. So the value exchange, I feel, is more than fair. I don't feel like I've ever been stingy or like rude. It's just always been, this is how this works. This is how I'm able to do this. What was that sound? I think the ice machine just cycled. My lights also flickered, and I was like, what is happening right now? So I like you better than this person recently. He's suddenly feeding way too much into anti-woke stuff. I mean, yeah. The same people that clip you and say that you're an e-beggar grifter will go pay this person. Right. And listen, I don't care how people run their shows, right? I don't. Listen, it's supply and demand. If somebody creates a persona and a brand where they shame people or complain because they're not getting enough money, and there are people that support and give into that, what do I frickin' care? Why does it matter to me? I've never been out here trying to judge people for how they run their business. The only thing I get judgmental about is dishonesty. I don't care if you want to berate your chat because you're not getting enough super chats or members. Go ahead. It doesn't matter to me. If they respond to it and they support you, supply and demand. They apparently like you and the vibe, and they like being scolded enough that they're just going to continue to support you. I don't give a frick if people want to run their chats that way. If they want to run their streams that way, that's fine. That's your business. That's you structure it the way that you want. The only thing I get judgmental about is dishonesty. It breaks trust with users. It's bad for YouTube. YouTube's literally going to start cracking down on clickbait and rage bait. They're going to start cracking down on it. They're testing it in other markets right now. Why? Because it's bad for viewer retention. It's bad for the platform. It's bad for ad revenue. I told you this, guys, a couple of years ago. I said YouTube needs to step in. They do. Because when you break trust with the user, it's going to affect user behavior. People are going to start to think that all these thumbnails, all this grifting, all this clickbait, they're going to be like, I can't click on videos. I don't trust what anybody's saying anymore. And you'll see viewer retention go down, which inadvertently will affect ad revenue. These people are snakes eating their own tail. The way they run their channels with the grift, with the dishonesty, if their thumbnail's a lie and their title's a lie, if YouTube doesn't step in, it doesn't matter. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. You're breaking trust with the user, and eventually you run out of railroad track, and people are like, man, frick you. All you do is lie in your thumbs and your titles. And that's why it's in YouTube's interest to put a stop to it, because it's bad for ad revenue. You're going to make people say, I don't like going over to YouTube. There's this whole culture of grifting and rage baiting and clickbaiting now. Every time I go over there, that's all I frickin' see, so I don't want to go to YouTube anymore. Well, YouTube has a really strong interest in that not happening. They want people on the platform. They want people clicking on a video and getting value out of it so that they continue to watch. You don't want somebody clicking a video and leaving 30 seconds later. That's bad for the infrastructure. It's bad for the ad revenue. It's bad for the platform. It's why if you get a strong bounce rate on your video, it'll start to perform really, really poorly because YouTube interprets that as a bad video. So me getting compared to this person or that person, or me being called an e-beggar, the people that do this are almost always doing it out of jealousy and emotional immaturity. It's never like a logical breakdown of like, well, how does he run his channel? How does he structure his business? What do you get for members? What do you get for membership milestones? They won't talk about the fact that, like, I don't even know. What did I gift last year? 4,000 to 5,000 members to my own channel, and I came close to doing that again this year. I mean, how many e-beggars do you see that are doing that are constantly saying, hey man, thanks for those super chats. I'm going to turn around and give some of that money back to the community as a thank you. Like, you're really inefficient e-beggar if you're like, hey man, thanks for the super chats. I'm going to pay that forward and give some back to the community and let people get blessed with the membership because I know times are tough and I know people can't afford it. The shoe doesn't fit. It doesn't. The shoe doesn't fit. They can call me that all they want. It's not true. All they've ever done is drive people to my channel who end up supporting it. I mean, they can keep doing that. That's totally fine. Just like the dishonest thumbnails, eventually people are going to sniff you out for the liar that you are. And they're going to be like, you're not being honest about that guy. You're not representing that guy fairly. And they'll lose those viewers. People won't keep coming back and drinking from the well of dishonesty. Eventually it tastes putrid. So I don't think we have to worry about it. I don't think we have to worry about it. You guys, I saw a discussion yesterday in Discord about this. You guys do not have to go to war on Twitter. You don't have to go to war in YouTube comments. You don't have to do any of that. All you ever have to do is just show up here, hang out, and be awesome. If people are going to do that nonsense, just don't even engage with it. You don't need to go correct them. You don't need to reply. You just come here and hang out. You don't have to do that. Somebody was doing that yesterday. He's like, oh my gosh, it's so hard. It's like, dude, don't. That's everything that they want. They want you to spend your afternoon going back and forth arguing with them on Twitter. That's what they want. That's where they live. They eat that. And if you don't give it to them, they're going to try and get it from somebody else. So don't give them the time of day. A lot of people have been really good about this in Discord. You guys used to come to the Discord. You'd be like, did you see this tweet? Did you see that tweet? And you guys have stopped doing that because you know it's like, well, there's no reason to do it. There's no reason to feed into it. Just ignore it. You're always better off ignoring it. You're just feeding a machine that will never stop eating. It's just always going to eat that engagement. It's just going to consume it. That's what they want. And when you just don't give it to them, they'll get bored and go target somebody else. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about you. Like if you still use Twitter, and you do that, you're literally giving them what they want. And if you don't, it's like you're honestly spending your time better anyway. Like you're ultimately wasting your time. It's addictive on Twitter. I love giving them plenty to eat. I mean, if you get a kick out of it, I'm just telling you, you do not have to go to war for me on Twitter or on YouTube. If somebody's, trudging up crap from 2020, you can obviously direct them to like the upper echelon video or whatever. But it's just like, there's just no reason to do that. You do not need to go to war for me. Don't do it in YouTube comments. Don't do it in YouTube chats. Don't do it on Twitter. Don't do it. You are absolutely doing me a disservice, and you're doing something that I don't want you to do if you're doing that. We've had such a good season of like, I've never seen anybody in our Discord or anything bragging about doing that. And don't start doing it again. Don't start going back out there and doing that. It just isn't necessary. The more milestones we hit, we just hit 50K, right? Our road to 100K, they're going to do it more. They're going to do it more. They're going to clip more. They're going to make more videos. So who cares? Just get used to it. The more you get used to it, the more you act like it's just normal, it's just business as usual, I think the easier it is to just ignore and then just show up here and we'll just have a good day, Let them name call. Let them say whatever they want. Rich Rod says, do you think the Switch 2 gets the backlog of all the COD games that were playable on PS4 and Xbox One? I don't think so, because I think that would be a pretty gargantuan porting effort that wouldn't yield a lot of return. I don't think the target audience for the Nintendo Switch is going to... I don't think they're going to be like, oh man, I can't wait to buy all those old Call of Duty games. Does that make sense? Like, spending the time to port Call of Duty 4 and World at War and Modern Warfare 2, I don't think you would have all these people on Nintendo's user base suddenly saying, oh, I can't wait to play those Call of Duties. I can't wait to play those Call of Duties on Switch. I just don't think so. I think that would cost them a pretty good amount of money to port it, and then you wouldn't get any return. You wouldn't get enough return, I don't think, for the effort. Future Call of Duties, we'll see. We'll see if Xbox makes good on that promise, for real. That one question just made a lot of content. Yeah, but Robert, I've been streaming for 4 hours. Do you know how many clips come from a stream like that? It's insane, bro. You absolutely cannot live that way in this space. It's not possible. I've streamed for 4 hours. I guarantee you there is double digits of clips already. Who cares? Who cares? I'll end up in videos and stuff over the week and the weekend. Okay. I've been streaming on this channel for 3 years. They've been doing it pretty regularly for 2 years. Okay. They'll do it for 3. They'll do it for 4. They'll do it for 5. Yeah. It's fine. It's what they do, bro. It's what they do. It's a constant now. It's like, all right. You can't live your life like, oh, this will get clipped, this will get clipped. That's just what happens. You see people saying this now. They'll say it on podcasts and stuff. They're like, I know this will get clipped. and then they say it. We live in a clip culture. I saw an interview. No, I watched a YouTube video this morning where I forget her name, but this girl admitted that every time she went on a podcast, she would rage bait. She would what she called clip bait. She would bait clips. She would say the most outlandish, crazy stuff because she knew it'll get clipped, it'll go viral, and that drives people to me. Do you see? She did it on purpose. She knew. She was like, if I do this, if I go on these shows and I just say wild, crazy, insane stuff, and she goes into further detail about how, like, she was obsessed. No, it wasn't Haktua. She was obsessed with increasing her earnings every month. So think about it like this. I'm not saying something being like, oh, this is going to get clipped. Like when I ranted earlier today about Black Myth Wukong. That's a good example. I wasn't saying that to get clipped. That was just a genuine moment of like, that whole situation irritates me, right? It's just an honest, genuine moment. Oh, I guarantee you that gets clipped for sure. But that's just one more touch point out there on the internet to tell people, go watch this guy. Go check this guy out. Even if you come and hate watch, you're still watching, right? So you got to think, she was intentionally doing that. She was intentionally doing that to drive viewership to herself. I'm not intentionally doing it, and I'm just getting free advertisement every single day, every week, every day. Like I said, we looked at it this morning in Morning Coffee. Do you think it's a coincidence that we got on the other side of Gamescom and the months after that was when we had our biggest sub gain? That's not a coincidence. All those things I had been saying that were going to happen, all the stuff about Xbox games going to PlayStation, it all started happening, and all of a sudden, all that rage and hate and name calling suddenly created this influx of people that now come here every day. So, let them, bro. I don't know whose video it was. It was something about OF and some of the things over there that should be looked into. It was pretty scummy behavior that the video was analyzing some pretty scummy behavior. So, yeah. Now, you got to remember, so there are people that'll create content like that. They'll literally say things so it get clipped. They'll be outlandish. They'll be dishonest. They'll grift or whatever. You just have to decide what content is worth your time. Is it worth your time watching a video where they make fun of a guy and call him names and spew salt all over the place? That is totally fine. If you think that's worth your time and you get entertainment from it and you chuckle about it or whatever, that's totally fine. I think a lot of the people that hang out here have either gotten tired of watching content like that or they don't like it at all. You've decided that you enjoy the talk show. Even if you enjoy the talk show from a sort of hateful, deranged place, you're still choosing to consume this, right? So no matter where you are on that spectrum, I'm always just going to try and put out a show and videos that I think are worth your time. Right? We've got a whole bunch of opinion pieces for next year lined up. And earlier today, someone's like, oh, it was Gaza. Gaza's like, you should do a list of delayed games. And I was like, yeah, I don't want to do that. That's not really giving value to the viewer. Here's a list of delayed games, right? I want to make something, whether it's a show, if it's members content, if it's the Discord, if it's an upload. I want you to walk away from the show and the upload being like, that was a good use of my time. He respected my time. It's why I don't do a lot of radio silence on the show. It's why I take breaks about as fast as I possibly can. Like I go upstairs, check in with the fam, use the restroom, and then I come back down and I get back on the show. Because I want you to feel like your time's being respected. It's why we're trying to shorten the timer on premieres. It's why I'm trying to shorten the time between the premiere and the live stream. I don't want you to wait as long as you've had to wait in times past. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to tighten every bolt to say, when you walk away at the end of the day, you're like, I spent a lot of time on that channel today and I'm glad that I did. I've got a lot of value out of that. I've always thought this, the only difference between the Salt Farms and myself is that I like you. Outside of that, there's no difference. Right, Hilly. Johnny, hang on. Oops. I got a question here from Johnny. You guys can submit questions now. It's kind of an AMA. You extended the stream to, we were supposed to be done at 2:30, weren't we? All right, I'll give you guys another, let me see here. Yeah, I'll give you another 15 minutes. I'll give you another 15. You can extend again. You guys will have to rally to get another 39. Let's see if you can do it. If you don't, that's totally fine. Like I said, I've been putting the show in your hands. JW had to tap out. He's done. And now Gambit's tapped out. He's done. Somebody else is going to have to tap in. I'll go through these questions a little bit faster. We've got 15 minutes. Johnny says, what do you think the surprise midnight release for Game Pass will be tonight? What? Where are there whispers about this? I don't know if there. I don't even have a guess. I don't think anything is. I don't think anything is. Are there like whispers and rumors somewhere there's going to be like a midnight release of a game? I've not heard or seen anything in my feeds. Yeah. Is there a Rageless Roundtable that you're planning for 2025? Hobbs, what we're entertaining right now is a weekly slot of time where instead of doing what I'm doing right now, where I'm like letting you guys control the show and submit questions, I would have somebody on and have a conversation with them. It wouldn't be a separate video. It would be at the end of the talk show. We think that'll be a more efficient way of showcasing people that we like, having conversations with people that we like, and not doing like a separate segment that then performs very poorly. We did that with an individual that I no longer create content with. We did it with 30 and So Gaming, and I loved doing it, but it just starts to perform poorly because people are like, well, we show up for you, and if we don't get you, there's a big percentage that just leave. And so we think that'd be a better use. We're going to try and do that going forward in 2025. We're also considering just having like anybody who kind of earns that rapport and trust, like an open mic time slot too, where they don't necessarily come on video. They just hop in the Discord and start yapping, and I start yapping back, and maybe even letting the VIPs do that as well. But it wouldn't be like call-ins where it's going to be an hour of call-ins. It would just be kind of random. So you wouldn't feel like, oh, I got to leave. I don't want to listen to this. So Stonespire says, is your family having a feast tonight, or do y'all do it on January 1st? We usually do. Madam usually does some kind of like an appetizer dinner for New Year's Eve. That's usually what she does. So I'm not quite sure what she's got planned for tonight. We haven't spoken about it. She's busy all day today with the kiddos. The only thing I asked her to do for me today was to get me a butane refill. I got sent a really, really nice smoker set for... Oh, your membership did show up. I'm so sorry, Top Reply. I was mid-answer and didn't say. Top Reply with 21 months and a member plus says, here first, how is everyone? Is that an upgrade, Top Reply, or is that just a renewal? I'll add it to the total. Give me 1 second. You're definitely helping extend the stream if it's an upgrade. Let me double check. It doesn't look like it's an upgrade. So that's just a renewal. That's totally fine. That still adds to the total. Let me add it. Hang on. There we go. A little bit closer. You guys have 10 minutes. 10 minutes if you want to extend the stream one more time and keep this AMA going. I got a really nice bourbon smoker from a company that was like, I've not answered your question yet. No, Hilly. There's a lot of questions in the queue. They sent me a really nice bourbon smoker, but they sent the torch without any butane, because I think if you ship something with butane, like, it really limits how you can ship it. And I believe they ship this through air, and you can't do that. So it had no butane. So I was like, we were going to smoke some bourbon last night. I've never done it. I've had it, but I've never done it. And so I got some Woodford. I said, let's try Woodford because we know what Woodford tastes like. So we'll do it tonight for the new year. So, have you seen or do you plan on Nosferatu? I think it's a visual feast. I watched Critical Drinkers review of it, and I was like, ooh, it sounds good. I might check it out. I don't know if Madam would like it, though. Yo, Mr. Grimm gifts a member. He says, we could do it. We can do a single train. Thank you so much, Mr. Grimm. You've been so generous lately. You guys can also double check the $sign. That'll show you if you have a renewal or not. And if you do, that counts if it's Member Plus or VIP. So yeah, we might check that one out, but it's hard. It's really, really hard for me to watch content if Madam's not going to enjoy it. It's really, really tough. So now I'm being asked about Throne and Liberty in the next question. So this is an MMO that's like super casual, isn't it? The reason I think I didn't end up getting into this is because I think we watched enough gameplay for me to say it's just enough, like kind of like that New World MMO. The moments of moments just staggered enough. I don't know. Somebody tried to talk me into playing this. So here's the question. I'll put it up on the screen. It's from Demins. He says, what are your thoughts on Throne of Liberty? Doesn't seem like your cup of tea, but if curious if you dove into it at all. Yeah, we had some people trying to get me into it. And like the more I looked at it, and the more I looked at the combat, I was just like, yeah, I don't think so. It's like a cross between WoW and New World. I tried playing New World on console, Demins, and there's just something about... There's something about the disconnect of like the sword hits and just generates a number, and the sword hits and it just generates a number. I don't know, man. I want that moment to moment impact to feel a lot more impactful. And I feel like a lot of those open world MMOs that are leaning more into the action combat, they're just not quite there. I think I would get bored very quickly. Yeah. I would. I also need to be a lot more casual, so if I could play it, I'd be like, grinding and leveling, with Madam as well. You can smoke bourbon? Yes. You've never seen anybody do that? It's really cool. It's like this thing you put on top of the glass, and you have what looks like a little filter that you would put in like a bowl if you were like, smoking the green, and you put it in there and you put wood chips in, and you use a torch. You can use a lighter, but it takes too long, and then you're going to be putting a bunch of smoke in your house. So you use a torch, and you get like so many seconds to get all of the wood burning, and then you cover that. There's a hole in the bottom, so the smoke goes down into the glass, and you wait a certain amount of time, and then when you drink the bourbon, it's got this really good smoky flavor. So I've got mesquite, cherry, maple, like I've got all these different wood flavors that they sent. So we're going to try it tonight. The only thing they said I had to do was like post a video on TikTok. That's all. They're like, yeah, we'll send it to you, and that's all you have to do. Because they were so kind, I may end up even showing it to you guys, and saying, hey, this is it. I tried it. It was good. It was bad. Whatever. So it's got good reviews. I looked it up on Amazon. All right, you guys have 6 minutes. 6 minutes. You guys have extended the stream twice already. Are we going to go for the hat trick and extend the stream for a third time? I'm going to try to fly through these questions. What year do we see Destiny 3? If I'm correct and PlayStation wants Bungie to make a Destiny 3, I think we would see it near the end and the beginning of next gen. Near the end of this gen and the beginning of next gen. That's probably where it would land, I would think. So you'd love to see it. Yeah, I could show you guys how to do it. It's really nice too. It's like a little barrel. Like it looks like a little bourbon barrel. So yeah. Jom says, what's your take on the Game of Thrones game? Seems kind of interesting. Graphically, it didn't look that compelling. It looked fine, but the gameplay did look good. For fans of Game of Thrones, it'll probably be a little bit more enjoyable because you're in that world with in and around characters that you recognize and you like. I'd probably check it out. It didn't look amazing, but it looked fine. It looked good. What's the PS5 update? There was a big PS5 Pro update for Black Ops 6. Digital Foundry did a breakdown. It was pretty significant. We didn't actually talk about it that much today. I was kind of surprised. I thought we would spend more time on it. It's pretty significant that Xbox's biggest game of the year ended up getting a lot of attention for the PS5 Pro. So, yeah. It's a mobile game? What's a mobile game? I can do it with vape and a regular beer, says Hilly. There you go. Here we go. Sven says, this isn't really a question, but I've been playing Forspoken on the PS Plus, and it's like a good, bad game, if that makes sense. I think one of the most interesting developments that happened in the wake of, in the wake of Forspoken and the response and everything, I think the most interesting thing was people talked about it like it got unfair treatment and undue hate. And I'm like, no, I played it. It was a pretty not great game. It was pretty not great. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't that it was like terrible and bad, but I was like, I don't know why people are acting like this thing got undue hate. I do not think it was that great of a game, like, at all. The dialogue and the gameplay just, it left a lot to be desired for. We were like unironically laughing at it. It was rough. So yeah, the pacing's odd, dialogue's cheesy, not annoying like people claimed. Combat and movement aren't terrible. I was never a big fan of the combat or the movement. It never felt fluid. I never felt like I could get into a flow state. It felt very truncated. You know what I mean? It just felt very separated and truncated. It didn't feel like I could get into a flow state. So, all right, 3 minutes. 3 minutes. I think it's finally going to happen. We're going to go to Writer's Room. I don't think you guys are saving this one. I'm going to go really fast here. Spice King, not a question, but if you're into Christian metal, and I know you are, check out Memphis May Fire. I'm actually not super into metal. My tastes are very, very specific. I'll check them out though. Like Project 86's latest album, because I'm friends with Andrew Schwab. I really liked it. And then, August Burns Red. Spinius Process says, did you like the Lord of the Rings survival game that you played with Hilly? Yes, I did. You guys already unlocked Community Game Day for Friday. You already unlocked it. We're going to play Jackbox, so make sure you're here Friday afternoon for that. I don't know if we'll end up back in that game anytime soon. You guys keep unlocking really fun events to do with Hilly, and that can always be like our fallback if we need something new to do. So, Gaza says, this is off topic from YouTube. What does your day-to-day life look like? Do you have hobbies other than gaming, or do you have surrounding issues due to being an icon on YouTube? I'm not an icon on YouTube. I mean, it's just what I do to earn a living. I'm in line for a short movie in Kennedy Space Center, and the Kennedy Space Center has very low signal, so I'm using the free Wi-Fi. There you go. Yeah, I'll check them out, Spice King. I just looked them up on Spotify, so they'll be in my recent search. As far as like my day-to-day life, like hobbies, it would be reading. I read books and study things centered around either my faith or philosophy. I do a bit of writing. I'm working on a curriculum. It's basically done. It just needs to be typed up. I've worked on a curriculum for the youth at my church. I like doing that. I love playing board games with my kiddos. I'm a bit of a board game fiend. My wife hates it. She's like, we don't need any more board games, but I love playing board games with the kiddos. I love doing Legos with the kiddos as well. You may have noticed the litany of Legos back here, either from them or from you guys. Yeah. All right. You guys have until I finish these questions. If you're going to scramble and get 38 more members, you're going to have to scramble. You got until I finish these questions here. Mr. Muggle says, curious if you've talked about your 2024 in retrospect about the channel and the growth and your goals for 2025. Sorry if it's been asked. It's not been asked. I kind of talked about this morning a little bit. Like, obviously, one of my favorite things this year was hitting 50K. It was a big goal that we had. Next year, we would really like to then hit 100K. One of our big goals for next year is more content. More uploads, 3-minute shorts featuring some of your questions, leaning really into doing uploads that are more strongly, argued and worded opinions, leaning away from just like newsread videos. We haven't done that in a while. I really want the live show to continue to evolve in something that people really view as a premium, variety gaming talk show that they want to be here every day. I just want to continue to do that and offer that value. The show open just needs to continue to get better and better, and the discussion's getting better. Using questions like this is getting better. Huge goal. I would really like to have 1,000 people paying for their own members. That is just not a culture on YouTube, but it's a huge goal that we have and a huge need. Right now we have 555 people paying for their own memberships. The next milestone of 600, we'll do a big celebration. So if you're currently not paying for your own membership, bump up to Member Plus or VIP. That's a big goal. As far as the retrospect of 2024, one of my other real favorite things was just how many false narratives got destroyed, whether they were false narratives about games going to PlayStation or turning into a publisher, or the PlayStation 5 Pro being a joke, or the Portal being a joke, and like how clearly those things have been disproven. A lot of false narratives about me, both professionally and personally, have just really died this year. I think they've died a very deserved death. And I also think just false narratives about the industry are going to continue to die as well. And I think the new era, I was talking about this a little bit this morning, I don't think there's a console war anymore. I don't think there's a platform war or a content war. I think going into 2025, we're in a war for truth, where there's going to be so many people in this environment, especially talking about gaming, and it's just going to be drenched in so much obfuscation and grifting and dishonesty. We're just going to continue to fight for accuracy and truthfulness. And I think that's going to be magnetic. I think people are going to continue to respond positively to that. I think people are going to get really tired of all the shenanigans and all the thumbnails that look the same and all the opinions that are basically the same. Again, I think we're in a war for truth. And I think it's easy to win that war because I've always kind of held to this idea that the time and truth are undefeated. Like, they don't have expiration dates. And I think metas on YouTube and grifting and all of that, I think that always has an expiration date. I think it always runs out of gas. And so I think we've proven that time and truth are undefeated in many of the victories we've had. So, yeah. All right. Let's see here. Two more questions. You guys are almost out of time. We're going to end up going to Writer's Room. Appreciate all the insane support. If you haven't yet, hit the like button. Get us to 400 likes. Tenor Dude says, I don't know if you've ever discussed this, but what is it that makes GTA such a viral franchise? Was there, I think you meant to say more there, but that's okay. You know what? I'll be honest with you. Sometimes being the first and being good is all you need, right? Like, if you're the first and you're good, that's all you need. And they were the first in many respects with what they did with GTA 5 and what they did with GTA Online. If you're not first and you're not good, you need to just be better than the others. And that's another thing that they think that they did was better than the others. If you're trying to play like open world games where you can kind of role play, what they built with GTA Online, I think just gave people at some levels an unmatched playground, you know, to play in. And I think that's one of the reasons that people are just like, this is just so fun. And then what happens is, and this has happened with Warzone, this has happened with Fortnite, this happens with a lot of games. This happened with Destiny. You guys know this is true. That becomes the game that you play. It's just, that's your game. And it almost kind of traps you. In a good way. I think in a good way. It almost kind of traps you. I was trying to ask if GTA, was there a viral moment? I think there are things that definitely escalated its popularity. I think some of the role-playing, some of the streaming role-playing really elevated it. I do. I think that probably played a role. So, you know, I think, you don't necessarily need to be first and good. Sometimes you just need to be second and be better. And I just think they've continued to do things that a lot of other games just haven't done, or everybody always ends up comparing you. Like, don't lie to yourself. Every time you played another game that was, you know, attempting to do something close to Destiny, you would just compare it to Destiny. So you would just compare it to Destiny like that. And that's because Destiny was like your game. Destiny was the first sort of ongoing live service looter shooter, and because of that, that became your game. And then you compare all other games to it. And then you always go back to it. That's one of the challenges, I think, with the PvP live service efforts that people are making. I just think they're going to continue to dash against the rocks of a player pool challenge. Always. All right. Last question. We will go in 9 minutes. We'll go at 3 o'clock. We're going to go at 3 o'clock. Let me adjust the time here. This guy says, ban me, please. Yeah, that's fine. I can do that. The guy in members is just going crazy. Let me adjust the time for Writer's Room to 3 o'clock. All right. You guys got an extra 8 minutes. Are you getting Monster Hunter Wilds in 2025? I believe they have claimed that there will be a PS5 Pro enhanced version. I would probably be willing to try it then. My biggest concern about Mon Hun Wilds was performance. That was my biggest concern. Was that we were going to get a game with not great performance or very inconsistent performance, very inconsistent frame rate, if that makes sense. It looked worrying. It did. I believe they've said, I could be incorrect here. Let's double check. Mon Hun Wilds PS5 Pro version. Monster Hunter Wilds will be PS5 Pro enhanced after a day one patch. Yeah, that just recently got reported. I am not a Mon Hun guy. I'm not a Mon Hun guy. I'm willing to give it a shot. I'm willing to give it one more shot. This game's, everybody's kind of going crazy for it, and it does look pretty hot. I'll admit. It looks pretty hot. My concern with Mon Hun's always going to be just that gameplay loop. I remember when I was playing a Monster Hunter World, and I was getting good results and good growth on Twitch, but I was bored to tears. It just didn't do anything for me. So, we'll see. Hilly says YouTube icon. Yeah, there you go. That's perfect, Hilly. So, yeah, the problem we have on the PS5 Pro is that instead of waiting for games to come out, we also got to wait for PS5 Pro Enhance on top of that. I don't think that's going to be a continued thing. I think you're going to see more and more games ensuring that at launch they're PS5 Pro Enhanced because it's good for their marketing. Like, that's why Mon Hun Wilds, that's why they came out and said, hey, day one, we're going to have a patch for the PS5 Pro. I think they understand the value of that. So, well, that was fun. That's all the questions in the queue. You guys have a little bit of time here. I gave you a little bit more time because I didn't get through all the questions. You got 6 minutes. You got 6 minutes before we get out of here. You guys hit the super chat goal a bunch of times. You extended the stream a bunch of times. We're almost to 400 likes. This has been a great day, even for a holiday. Sometimes that's hard, and you guys, this just felt like a normal day. It didn't feel like a holiday. I hope you've enjoyed the show. You can extend the stream one more time if you want. Y'all are going to have to link arms, rally, do your renewals, upgrades, and gifteds. Another little train would do the trick. If not, that's totally fine. I've already got redirect set up for the writer's room. Actually, I don't. Hang on. And a $5 chip from Borbor says, for 2025, if you criticize intergalactic main character looks, then they should post a photo of their mom, sister, daughter, girlfriend, wife. I don't think it would be fair to draw any of these weirdos' wife or mother or family members into it. Yeah, I don't think that would be very kind. And now we're at 3 out of 5 on the super chat goal. 2 more for some confetti. Thank you, Borbor. Yeah, I don't agree with that, Borbor. You know what I really don't like? This is what I really don't like. And I've seen some of there are people out here that like to call out the grifters and the people who are just like heavily anti-woke, right? One of the things I really think is awful and completely uncalled for is when they'll go and check their Instagram and they'll go and check their feed and they'll post a picture of the person's wife or girlfriend and basically be like, well, this is who you're dating or this is who you're married to. That is absolutely uncalled for collateral damage. There is no reason for that at all. There is no reason for that. If some guy's being nasty on Twitter and saying that a fictional video character is ugly or unappealing, there is no reason to suddenly pull their girlfriend or wife into it. I think that's completely unacceptable. That's not just below the belt. That's on the ground. That's low-life scum behavior. If some guy's running his mouth and shooting his mouth off on Twitter or YouTube, and engage with what he's saying, engage with the argument. You know, if you want to make fun of him and say he looks like a foot, whatever, but don't bring their significant others into it. I think that's nasty. So it's not his girlfriend or wife's fault that he's acting like a buffoon on Twitter. There's no reason to be insulting them. So a lot of people get too caught up into that fight, and they end up becoming the thing that they claim to be standing against. They become the monster. It's just two monsters fighting at that point. It's like neither of you are holy or righteous. You're both being gross at that point. So, $2 super chat. They attacked the actress. So what? So if some guy attacks an actress, suddenly his sister, mom, and wife are fair game? That's BS. That's stupid. I don't agree with you at all. No. If some guy is attacking the actress and being gross and nasty, then take a chunk out of him. Call him what he is. Call him a loser. Call him a bum. Like, show how stupid he's being. Don't bring his wife or his mom or his sister or his girlfriend into it, or his daughter. That's worse. They're not even involved. And I don't even know if they ever attacked the actress. They said, a lot of them were showing pictures of her, and they're like, she didn't even look like the actress. They're like, the actress is prettier than the video game rendition or whatever. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. You guys got 2 minutes. Borbor's out here making it interesting for the last 2 minutes. 2 more super chats, and you can make me add 5 more to the total. That might help. 267. That get us close. Yeah, I don't think they obviously misrepresented how the actress responded when she did the "You Mad Bro," and they're like, she's out here attacking gamers. I've always found it weird that allegedly these guys are like alphas and they're tough and they're masculine, and yet a piece of fan art that said "You Mad Bro" is being attacked. Ooh. A $5 super chat from Borbor. 1 more for confetti. Don't get me wrong. If you're going to do it, you yourself, the individual, post a photo of your family before you criticize somebody else's. Okay, here. All right, listen, this is the problem with what you're saying, Borbor. They are not saying that everybody that they look at has to be attractive, and that then therefore inversely means, conversely means, or conclusively means that their mom, sister, and girlfriend are then also ugly. If I try to steelman the argument, a lot of the people that don't like an unappealing looking character like we saw in Concord or in Intergalactic, their issue is, if I'm going to buy a video game, I want to enter Fantasyland. Right? I want to enter Fantasyland. I want to be in a fantasy. I want the women to be pretty and I want the men to be macho. I'm not saying I agree with them. I'm simply saying they're not saying, how dare there be average, normal-looking people or conventionally unattractive people. They're not saying, how dare that exist. They're saying, I'm coming into a video game. It needs to be Fantasyland. I don't know if you're not countering their argument by being like, well, post a picture of your mom, sister, or girlfriend. Like, I don't think that even applies. Does that make sense? This person does think, or she supposedly, no, that's not true, MTO. He kept saying, go ahead and sue me, go ahead and sue me. And so she did. And that's what happens when someone sues you. Thank you for the $2 tip from Glassdoor Gamer. Will more third-party games drop Xbox support in 2025? It's very likely, yes. Yeah. All right, it's 3 o'clock. It's the buzzer. We can have a buzzer beater of confetti. Let me get you the link to the writer's room. 1 more the super chat's got to be 5 or higher. But then you can make confetti, and then I got to add 5 to the total. That'll give you another little stay of execution. I'll give you a few more minutes if somebody does it. JW already got his. He finally got his confetto. All right. Okay. And by the way, MTO, I am not at all on anybody's side in that situation. I'm not on anybody's side in that situation. But if you keep telling somebody to sue you and then they do, that's what happens when you get sued. Your information goes public, which that's a really expensive way to make somebody's information go public. But yeah, that's what happened in that scenario. Nobody was like, hey, let me, do a federal offense here and just publicly post somebody's information. So Marshmallow says, my sister got all the good genes. That's unfortunate. I think either one is innocent. Right, yeah, I don't have a dog in that fight, MTO, but somebody didn't just go run to Twitter and dox. It was the result of a lawsuit that's been filed. So, that's what happens when you go to court. That's what happens when you go to court. All right, here we go. Last call. Happy New Year. Happy New Year, everybody. We're going to Writer's Room. Smash is the one getting sued, Crisco, yeah. Yeah, he's the one getting sued. All right, no buzzer beaters. I'm starting the Writer's Room. Don't you do it. Don't you do it. No buzzer beaters. Here we go. Hey, thanks so much for being a member to the stream. Another super stellar day. We're only, how many days into the week are we? We're only 2 days into the week, and we're well on our way to having another great week. If you got gifted a membership, you get access to my Discord. You get access to extra content. You can start the morning with us in morning coffee. You can end the day here in the Writer's Room. You can come and play community games on Friday with me and my man Hilly, or Friday night streams with my wife. If you want to support the channel directly and help us hit a huge goal, consider upgrading that gifted membership to a Member Plus. It's $1 more, it's $6, but it supports me directly. We're trying to get 50 people to do that, right? We're trying to get to 600 total people doing that. So, huge day on the channel. Thank you to everybody, and we're going to end that stream. No confetti for you. I'm redirecting everybody, and I'm going to change that thumbnail because we're no longer live. There we go.